Good morning, everyone. It's a nice good morning to everyone in the crowd today. Is there, and those that are online, I'd like to call the March 14th, 2023 council meeting to order at 9:04 a.m. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Blackfoot and the people of Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta. The city of Chestermere is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. Before we begin, I would like to point out that we are conducting this meeting virtually. You can visit the agenda page on the city's website for more information on how to participate in our council meetings. Just before we get started, I'd like to make an announcement. And we're excited today. We're welcoming Kate Brandt. Good morning, Kate, as our city's new senior legislative administrator.
Thank you. I'm very excited for this new opportunity.
It's fantastic. All right, so moving on to our approval of our agenda. Council, are there any comments in relation to the agenda? If I can get a motion to accept the agenda as presented. Councillor Fote?
I make the motion that we accept the agenda as presented.
Any comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, our first item on the agenda will be the approval of the minutes, and then we're going to jump into our combative sports bylaw. So if Council, in regards to item number D, which is in pages 3 to 7 of your packages, the approval of the minutes for March 7th, 2023, regular council meeting. Are there any comments in relation to those minutes? Seeing none, if I can get a motion to accept those minutes as presented. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we accept the minutes of the regular council meeting of March 7th, 2023 as presented, pending administrator's approval.
Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone. All right, moving up to item number G on our bylaws, which is pages 46 to 59 of our package today. We have the combative sports bylaw, which we're doing a review of. Good morning, Callan.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Yes, today we are bringing back the Combative Sports Commission bylaw number 0023, for third reading. So I took notes from the last council meeting and I made some changes. The biggest changes are on page 3 of the document. I changed section 4 from mandate to roles and responsibilities. That hopefully will highlight, this hopefully highlights the greater roles and responsibilities of the city and the commission. Essentially, to break it down, the city is the ultimate signing authority of any event to go on, regulated combative sports event as another change. So the city is the ultimate signing authority, and the commission essentially does all the legwork. So they make sure everything is up to code, they make sure they're following bylaws, they make sure they're following everything in this bylaw, and the city's responsibility to make sure that the commission is doing their work diligently and make sure they're doing it properly before signing off. The city can remove its approval from any previously signed document if it believes the city is in the best interest. And the other big change was to the bylaw was to change the word event permit or event to regulated combative sports events to make it very clear about what this bylaw is saying. Lastly, on the last page of Schedule A, we removed 2 of the fees, the contestant's license fee, annual fee per contestant, $20, and then official's license fee, annual fee of the $20. Those are both removed. So the only 2 fees are the regulated combative sports permit fee per event, so that's $1,000, and the promoter license fee, annual fee, $100, and then in red line we added regulated combative sports events if the event is taking place on the city-owned property. Oh, sorry, a business license will be needed. So it's just restated there in the fee schedule to avoid any confusion. And those were the changes that Ledge Services made, aside from like minor spelling mistakes and grammatical errors that were just not caught until the third review. So,
Great, thank you, Callan. Councillors, are there any comments in relation to the bylaw that's in front of us? Councillor Foat?
Was this vetted through legal?
not this run. However, the bylaw was vetted through two legal teams. Essentially, the legal teams that looked through this were only caring about liability to the city and all the technical aspects of that, which has been reviewed, and that's clear. That's good to go. It was just more of like the wording that was not done by legal, which Ledge Services took care of.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Funk?
On section 6L, it says the commission may recommend that the city refuse, suspend, cancel, or revoke an application for a regulated combative sports permit, where the commission believes on reasonable grounds, with sections under that. I don't understand, I might be confused, but I thought that was the commission's right to grant or remove the regulated combative sports permit, not the city.
How are you?
Yeah.
The commission's purpose is just to make sure that in pro sports, say the NHL or NBA or NFL, there's always a commission in place, is to make sure all rules are followed under pro standards to hold a pro card. That's what they would oversee. The judges, the refereeing, obviously the insurance, the overall event in general. At the end of the day, the city has full authority to say, you know what, we don't agree with what's going on, we'll pull the pin. So the commission's job is to make sure that everything is followed under professional guidelines for pro boxing or pro MMA or pro whatever. So
we as the city actually have the right to revoke the
city,
permit?
you guys are the ultimate bosses, you know. So it's sorry.
Councillor Dean?
Yeah, so I think what it is too is that the commission goes through everything, make sure ultimately the city director is the one ultimately signing off on it, saying that everything is satisfied. And so because they are ultimately at the end of it signing off on that, then they should also, being the representative of the city, then have that right to, if the commission recommends, to pull that permit once it's been done. So I believe it's exactly what Alex is speaking
Similar to what we're doing with, say, the pond hockey tournament. So we fill out all, applications, permits with the WID, with Rocky View, with City of Chestermere, and then we submit it to CAM, and then at the end of the day, CAM would have to sign off on our approvals for the pond hockey tournament or the world's longest game. We'd follow the same rules as we would all the other events that we throw in town.
So, just to point out the difference with this version, is that in this version, the city / city director are issuing the permits. The commission is no longer issuing the permit. In the previous versions, they were issuing the permit. So that's changed in this version. And I think, I guess, Callan, is the intention also that the commission would have its own set of bylaws or terms of reference or something?
Yes, that will be left up to the commission.
Totally.
I think the document would get bogged down about weight classes and type of gloves you have to use and all that.
No, I agree. I was just pointing out that in the bylaw, we won't have that in here, which is fine, in my opinion. It's just that I think some of the confusion was that previously the commission was going to be issuing it. And quite frankly, it's not that the commission doesn't issue something to recommend. It's just it goes to it goes to the city with that recommendation. And then the city director finally signs off on it.
Precisely.
So it still requires the commission to, go through all of the work because the city director is not going to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah. And in relation to the clause that Councillor Funk has mentioned, which was 6L, I think.
Yes.
The city can refuse, but so can the commission, I would assume. But that would be defined in the commission bylaws, et cetera.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
okay.
In the bylaw, though, it says that the commission may recommend. It doesn't say that they can refuse.
Yeah, Councillor Dean?
Yeah, I would suggest that I don't foresee a situation where the city would not take the recommendation of the commission. And since the commission is, you don't want to give the commission more authority than the city, right? So since the city ultimately is the one signing off, I think that if the commission was to go, that event shouldn't go ahead, then the city would revoke that, right? So because it's the same as what Mayor Colvin is speaking to, because they're not actually issuing the permit, ultimately the city is signing off on it at that approval, then it would be the same process in the revocation of said permit.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, when I read this section, the impression I get is its intent is something has happened after an initial permit has been issued, where then the commission feels that, we need to refuse, suspend, or cancel or revoke because we're worried about the safety of the spectators or something is not adequately done, right? And I think that's just the safety net, that even after a permit is issued, that, the commission can come back and recommend to the city, no, we need to pull this. This should not take place until certain circumstances are corrected or measures are taken.
Yeah, Councillor Funk?
Section 6B, first line states, a regulated combative sports permit issued by the commission is now also in the city of Chestermere.
Yes, that's one of the amendments that needs to be done. That should be issued by the city, not commission. And right after that, it talks about the Chestermere event agreement. How does that relate to, because it's not further defined in the document, how does that relate to this situation? Are they required to get an event permit as well?
If it happens on city property, then yes. It's just I think some of the original confusion about when this bylaw was first presented, the term event permit was confused with the city of Chestermere event agreement.
Okay.
And so that provision was added just to make it clear, to people who are interested in conducting an event or a regulated combative sports event, that does not act in lieu of an event agreement from the city. You still have to get an event agreement if you wish to host an event like this in Chestermere.
On city property?
Yes.
Okay. There are, is Willie able to amend the document that we're seeing in front of us?
Yes, he should be able to.
If you could possibly do it in another color so councillors are able to see some of the changes. I was just going to go through the document and then councillors, we can go line by line and then see if there's some changes in those areas one at a time rather than jumping back and forth. So Willie, thanks. In regards to page 2, I believe item 2L is the first item that might need amendment. So L says the written authority of the commission. I believe that's the written authority of the city. If you can type that in under L. Yeah, so instead of commission, can you, I was going to say track changes. So it crosses it out so that councillors can see what we've changed so they can comment. Sure. Just to go line by line. So council, does that make sense to everyone, or is there any questions in relation to that change? Okay. Moving on to the next item was item N, license definition. So it's in the back in Schedule A, it's only promoter. There's no longer contestant. And then I I think it should say issued by the city, or city director, rather. That's what you've indicated. By the city director to a promoter. Council, are there any comments in relation to that change? Okay. Moving on to page 48 is what I have on my document. You don't have page numbers here, okay. Item number 4. The question I had here was with relation to the words approval process. So in the second paragraph, we talk about ensure that the approval process is completed. We don't give definition to that statement of what an approval process is. So I'm wondering, either we should, or either we just say permit and licenses. In addition, the city is responsible to ensure that the permitting and licensing is completed in a timely manner. Councillor Dean?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if Section 8 actually speaks to the process, because in Section 8 it talks about the full name and address of the applicant, if the applicant is a corporate identity, the location of the event, the date of the event, the times of the event. I'm wondering if that speaks to the process that one has to go through to get this done, as it outlines one is policy, attendance, fire marshal approval of the event, emergency medical services.
Okay, well that's a good point. You're right. Section 8 isn't. It's not an event license requirement, it's an event permit requirement. So that could be the approval process, as Councillor Dean pointed out. So instead of the word event license requirements, it could be approval process. That might be an easier change. And then back to 4B. So you can see the point of 4 is the roles and responsibilities of the commission. Right where at the very top of your page, if you can move it up just a smidge more. So it says the responsibility of the commission is to control. So we're talking about the commission in context here. So when we're looking down at B, that's in context of the commission. So reviewing and not deciding, it'd be recommending instead of deciding. Mm-hmm. And instead of upon applications, it might be easier if it's applicants. So take out upon applications. If you could cross that out and put in applicants. And then again, the word licenses is very specific, only once a year to the promoter, as defined in Schedule A. So it might want to say for licenses and permits. So you have both caught there. Oh, it does say that, sorry. Licenses and regular permits, sorry, that does say that. Permits, and then I think after permits, it's to the city pursuant to this bylaw. So after the word permits, sport permits, to the city pursuant to this bylaw. No, after the word permits, then put in to the city. Be a comma, not a period, but. Council, what's your thoughts on this? Is there anything that you'd like to better wordsmith than that on item B? So reviewing, so it's the commission is reviewing and recommending, yeah. Instead of to recommend, say recommending.
Or
Councillor Dean?
should it be to review and recommend?
That could be, yes. to review and recommend applicants for licenses and permits to the city pursuant to this bylaw. You might want to say, I guess for clarity, city director, because it is the city too, but. Under 5, for simplicity, to allow the appointment, at least 4 members shall be appointed or dismissed by resolution of council. So just simply cross out citizens at large. Any comments or questions, council, in regards to these? Okay, moving on to 6B. So 6B, a regulated combative sports permit issued by the commission, it should be city. And then to C, it's a question of what you're applying for. Every promoter or person who wishes to stage or promote a combative sports event shall apply in writing to the commission at least. Should we say in writing, should apply for a permit in writing, or should we just leave that alone as in writing?
I'd leave it alone.
Okay. And then under D, it's just there's one too many S's there. Under haves, should just be have. Yeah. Then we go to I. I think what we're missing here for simplicity is the word or between if required by the city director or at the recommendation of the commission. Section 8D. Instead of commission, it should be or the city or city, such other information as the commission or city may reasonably require. And then number 3, adding the word a permit or license to stage or promote a combative sports event is required at each event. Or is it instead of or, is it and? Because you have to have a license.
Gotta have both.
Albeit an annual license.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the word and, sorry. Permit and license to stage or promote. Yeah. Under section A, the last part of that sentence, it says the director, recommend to the director that a license for the event be issued. For the event itself, it's a permit be issued. The promoter gets the license annually. Section 10A. After the word on behalf of the city may require the promoter, you remove the word said of the event. Yeah. And then just to the very last page, Schedule A. The very last sentence. So a City of Chestermere business license will also be required to host a regulated combative sports event if the event is taking place on the city-owned property. Do they require a business license on city-owned property, or do they require a business license if they're within the city limits?
They'll need a business license within the city limits, not necessarily on city property.
Exactly, yeah. So I think just change it to if the event is taking place within city limits. instead of on city-owned property? Because then I believe you jump into your event agreement. Councillor Dean?
Do we want that in there? And the reason I'm bringing this up is because we don't necessarily do this for things like food trucks when they come to events. Like, they don't have to get a business like this. I'm wondering if this is more prohibitive that they also have to get a business license because they're running an event, right? So I think we want them for me, we would want them to have an event permit through the city if it's on city-owned property, because that's part of our, right? So I am wondering if a City of Chestermere event permit will also be required to host a regular combative sports event if the event is taking place on city-owned property.
It potentially could be both. Like, if it's on city property, yeah, they need an event permit according to Callan's definition of event permit requirements. But according to the question of business licenses, is that required within the city? And is the food truck, that's a good point, as to what was the point of this particular clause, is what kind of events require business licenses, rather?
That is a good question. I believe within the bylaw itself, it does say that a business license is required from the commission, or I could be mistaken on that. I do think an event permit or event agreement, would be sufficient. I don't think a business license is necessary per se, because it is just an event, right? If it was every weekend, that would be different, but it is an event.
Yeah.
So
then we're saying that this business license, it shouldn't say business license, it should say event agreement?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Councillor Hanley?
I guess the question comes, what if there's multiple events in the course of a year, if it becomes more successful? Should we then require, a business license? And any business license would have to be within city limits, because we have no authority outside of city limits. So it's kind of strange that it's structured that way. So that's really the question, and maybe it should be something along the lines of, if, multiple events, if you have a commissioner or promoter that wants to have a quarterly event, then at that point in time, you meet a threshold where you probably may require a business license, as opposed to, once a year or perhaps twice a year, where it's individual events, where I concur that we probably don't need a business license for that.
Councillor Dean?
What I would say is we're charging $1,000 per event, right? So if they are running multiple events and that's one promoter running that event, we're already charging them $1,000 per event. So if it is super successful, great.
Yeah.
They're also paying $1,000 every time they do it, right? So to me, that covers off that fee piece in terms of that. And so, so for me, I would be in support of removing the business license. But if you are on city property, then you should have a city event permit. And part of my reasoning for that would be along the lines of, I think that would speak to our liabilities. It would speak to our insurance, and all of those sorts of things, I believe, comes more into play. Because that way, through that process, we're covering off our responsibilities under those permits and those things that have already been vetted by legal and that we've been doing for years and years and years. So yeah, I would be in support of removing the business license and putting it in as a city event permit.
Just as a question, given, like, this document was originally written such that the commission was the approval authority for the permit, and we had the city also involved as well, but is this fee supposed to go to the city? Or is it supposed to go to the commission? Because we were before talking about the commission having a bank account and having, so where do they get money?
The way it's set up, so.
Sorry, one sec. Your mic's not on.
The way it works out, so the commission at the end of the day is going to send an invoice to the promoter. The commission is going to set forth the judges, the insurance, all that stuff. And then basically the commission will take care of all that and then just invoice the promoter. The promoter will pay that X amount of days prior to the event to get their licensing or their permit to hold such an event. From there would go to the director to approve on the event. So it's the commission is essentially the governing body for the pro sport of that's taking place to make sure everything's set in line properly and legally to execute the event is what they are. So.
And so shouldn't they be making the permit fee?
That'd be up to the end of the day. It's under the city, so where the $1,000 goes to the commission or the city, it's the same thing, right? So, in my opinion, I'm not in legal, so
Like, does the commission require funds to?
no. Anyone, no. It's typically a volunteer position like any other board, so there's no one's getting paid or anything. You know, everyone's working from their own homes.
They won't have expenses like promotion or advertising?
No, that's up to the promoter. Promoter handles all that stuff. End of the day, it's like any other committee we have in this community. It's just volunteers that take place and run this. So no one at any point should be paid for this position. This is
Okay.
this is for the community. It's
And
not,
so the point of the fee to the city is to cover our insurance? Like, you have to get extra
no,
insurance?
they have to
as
get their
well?
own insurance as well. They're I have my viewpoints on taxes and stuff, but just another fee to the city. So, but there should be some sort of call it a commitment from the promoter. I don't want someone to waste my time, well, being the city.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden flaking in the last minute. I'd rather see, okay, here's $1,000 up front. We're committed to running this event rather than wasting the 4 volunteers' time in getting to that point. So,
Okay.
so
All right, thank you.
similar to what we do with all of our other events.
Councillor Funk?
Currently on the city website, there is a business fee or a business license for temporary, seasonal, or other businesses, which, by definition, examples are temporary, seasonal, or other businesses, and one of them is special events with structures. And you can get a 1-day, 3-day, but we could write the permit or the fee within the commission to cover the business license or in lieu of, if we wanted.
So that $1,000 would cover a business license if we decide to go to that route.
Yeah, we could state that that is,
Yeah.
if we wanted to write it that way, but currently there is within the city website a 1-day or a 3-day for special events with structures.
Any good points there, Councillor Funk. I assume that, in this document, this business license was put in for a reason, like by the legal team. And if that allows the city to have more coverage, I guess, from our own insurance, that it may be a good idea to keep that in there. But as Councillor Funk mentioned, not from a cost perspective, that it be part of the permit. So I guess if we could have a conversation about that, whether to include that in there as that, or as our bylaws currently state. If there's any comments, Councillor Funk.
Seeing as how I brought it up, I'm thinking a $1,000 event fee kind of covers the $50 1-day business fee. So
Okay.
I personally don't see an issue with. We just might want to put the wording in there to cover it. And
Yeah, the Councillor Dean.
I just don't want to add any what I would call red tape because this would be like adding like a different department to this now. Right? So now we have like the permit, the commission, they got the license, but that's all with the commission. But now we're adding a different thing with the business license, right? So again, I would support it being that you're getting an event permit from the city and not in need of a business license to run it.
I know for pond hockey, we've never had a business license issued for us. And
Yeah,
the
that's-
world's longest game, we've never had a business license. We've always had permits issued for us.
Yeah.
So it'd be no different than those other 2 events. And those 2 other events are quite bigger in magnitude, where we have upwards of 17,000 people or 20,000 people in the course of a few days. So
Yeah, and this change could be something that we could change later, but if required. But let's just hear the balance of council's comments. Councillor Dean?
Yeah, to that point, country fair doesn't, parade doesn't.
yeah,
right? Like our events that we do now, we don't do this for any of them.
Interesting. Councillor Funk?
Just curious if the difference between those is that some of those are not businesses, they're not fundraising, or they're not profit, they're not for profit.
they're not.
So pond hockey might be different, but parade and some of those other things, I don't know if they're for profit or they're for a not-for-profit organization within the city. So, just
True,
just
true.
a question.
Country Fair is put on by the Ag Society, so that's not for profit. Interesting. Councillor Dean?
No, I think I've said my piece.
Okay.
If it's only a matter of a day or two hang up on getting a license, then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Like, if it's going to be a 3 or 4 month process, then you might have an issue. Reason I say that because June 30th we're looking at doing an event.
Yeah, no, I hear your concerns. Yeah, we obviously, without delaying this and trying to get more legal opinion on this, it does make, in my opinion, it does make sense for a business license to be for profit, as opposed to non-profit. That is a good distinction.
That's fine.
And like you said, it's, I echo Councillor Dean's comments about timeliness. We want to make sure these things come through quickly, and that they're, honestly, we would like to have all of this organized by the commission and the promoter, and make sure it's a nice neat little package that comes to the city director.
Historically, if an event's coming up, say, I'm just going to do UFC.
Yeah,
These events are planned a year in advance.
Exactly.
There's going to be time to take care of a business license and all that. An event, say like Olympus, we're volunteer based essentially.
Yeah.
We're kind of under the gun just due to the ice only coming out for 5 days
right.
at a certain date this year. Whereas going forward, obviously we want to try to bring some economic spur to the community, and I'll let promoters know. Like I'll let MMA guys know and Muay Thai guys know. Start talking to the commission, plan something a year or two out, which gives us the city time to.
Would you ever have an event that'd be more than one day?
No, historic. Well, so you have the Muay Thai Cup. So, for example, the Muay Thai Cup is a huge event, massive event. It draws. Oh, I know Max Bell Arena. There's probably 10,000 people a day go through there for the Muay Thai Cup. It's a 3-day event that's held in Calgary. They just held it
So
like
3 days, kind of the biggest.
if it's a tournament style.
Okay,
like
so
that.
maybe we want to add to this in City of Chestermere 1 to 3 day event business fee. What's the price, Councillor Dean Funk? Sorry, in regards to the 3 day permit? $70. 70. Yeah, so I think that, in my opinion, that could be included in this, unless councillors have some thoughts on that.
Muay Thai would be the only pro sport that would do up to a 3-day event.
Yeah, I don't think it would happen often. I hear
Yeah.
what you're saying. Council's okay with that. Okay, so let's look at the very last comment again. The City of Chestermere. So keep the word business license. And just add within the city limits. As Councillor Hanley pointed out, it would only happen in that case, but or to Councillor Hanley's points, you could take that out completely, all to the word event, and put a period. Councillor, are there any thoughts in relation to one way or the other? Councillor Dean?
I'm okay with everything else on this one. I'd like to just call for a motion just on this particular addition, because I am not in support of having a business license added. I am in support of that it has to be an event permit. If it's within, oh man, English is fun today. I am in support of an event permit if it's on city-owned property. I am not in support of the business license.
Okay. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, if I recall, if you go back to that last page, on the top, we're already saying that within the $1,000 fee includes the business license.
Yeah, I'm not in support of them needing a business license to run the event.
Okay.
Okay, so if we could if we could have a motion then, how would you like to word that? A motion that we do support or a motion that we do not support? How would you like to do that motion?
Councillor Funk's got his hand up.
Sorry, Councillor Funk?
Option for us to get around this is just to state that a business fee is not, or a business license is not required as it is covered under the license fee. Or there's some wording that we could have that it's not a business's license, a separate business license is not required under this. We're basically covering it under the fee of the license already.
My only concern or caution is that's a legal interpretation,
Sure.
right? That a permit is the same thing as a business license, and it depends on how the rest of all of our documents are worded. And we could get that legal opinion. And we could always amend this agreement too, this bylaw. We could always change it after the fact, once we get more information. But I understand we're saying that it's not gonna cost more money, but, yeah, I just caution that's a legal interpretation. And we can definitely get that legal interpretation. So Councillor Dean, in regards to the motion that you'd like to mention?
Yeah, Callan, are you able to go back to the document? So for me, there would be two motions. There would be a motion to make a motion that a City of Chestermere business license will also be required to host a regulated combative sports event. So that would be a motion to have that added. So I'd like to make a motion that a City of Chestermere business license will also be required to host a regulated sports event would be one motion. And then a second motion would be that a City of Chestermere event permit will also be required to host an event, to host a regulated combative sports event on city-owned property. Because to me, they're two separate things, and I'm in support of needing the event permit on city-owned property.
I think specifically in that regard, though, that's already a requirement
No, I don't see it anywhere else.
on city-owned property that we have to have an event permit.
It's not in the bylaw, is it?
The only thing, in relation to the bylaw, it just says that in section, I was gonna say 8, but I think it's 6, sorry. It talks about an event agreement, as outlined and defined in policy 653. So
Okay.
that's already a policy that's defined,
Okay.
and so you're already following whatever that policy specifically
Okay.
states. Does that work?
Yep. Totally. Yeah. If it's in there that they need an event agreement for something that's happening on city-owned property,
Yeah.
I'm good because I think we should do that. I just don't think they should need a business license.
So I guess, so back to the motion that Councillor Dean is looking for. So to make it simple, I think we're just simply passing a motion that, are we in agreement with requiring a business license?
Yes.
For combative sports
Event.
event? Thank you. Councillor, are there any comments in relation to the wordsmithing of this motion? Councillor Narayan?
Thanking through the chair. I'm just wondering if there'll be any value in taking a short recess and making just a quick call to the lawyer, because I think the only thing that we want a clarification on is the use of the term business license. I'm not sure if we'll be easily able to get a hold of them, but I'm just wondering if there's any value in that, rather than taking chances and just making guesses. Because I do understand where you're concerned, the term that you're concerned about, business license, it can be quite ambiguous, because I think you're thinking that it's in there for a reason, and it may be, because I think business license may carry and talk about certain things that a permit doesn't. So I'm just wondering if there's any value in that.
We definitely can. So if we can take, it's 9:50, if we could take a 15-minute recess till 10:05. All right, thank you. Great. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're just coming out of recess. I'm just going to look at our Schedule A, and I'm just going to recommend for the moment that we cross out the points as crossed out on the page in regards to the business license. The reasoning behind this is that we can leave this out of this particular bylaw as it's already captured in other bylaws within the city. So given that, unless councilors have any comments in relation to that? Okay. Given that, we'll move forward to our motions. So our first motion that we'll do is to lift the bylaw from the table. Councillor Dean?
I'd like to make a motion that we lift from the table bylaw 002-23, that being the competitive sports bylaw.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And then our first motion on the third reading will be brought forward by Councillor Dean.
I'd like to make a motion that council give third reading to bylaw 002-23, being the combative sports commission bylaw as amended.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. All right. Now we'll be moving on to our next order of business, which is the item E, which is the reports for information on north acreages and then to east acreages, starting on pages 8 of your package, being presented today by Liz Armitage. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning. Are we able to pull up the presentation, or is it already up on a screen I don't see? Okay.
Oh, there we go.
I'm good. It's up there now. I just wanted to make sure that everyone was seeing what I was going to talk about before I start.
Willie, is it possible to have the side TVs also show the presentation? Thank you. I think we're ready to go. Thank you.
Excellent. The first presentation this morning is the North Acreages and Paradise Meadows survey result presentation. The intention is to provide council with an update on the acreage survey results. And the motion being requested at the end of today is that council accept the North Acreages and Paradise Meadows survey results, staff report, and presentation as information. It will likely impact the next item that we are talking about, so they're kind of linked today. Since our last update to council was on December 6th, we've completed the survey, and we also had strategic meetings held on November 3rd and 10th. And the survey was sent out to all landowners in these two areas. That was the same as the survey that was originally sent out to the East Acreage landowners. The options were urban or higher density, 1 or 2 acre subdivision, or keep as is. First, we will show you the North Acreage survey results. Out of 60 total landowners, we received 30 responses. Purple are those that indicated a desire to see a urban or higher density. The orange color, yellow color, is 1 or 2 acre subdivisions. Keep as is the blue, and the no responses are the ones with a red line through them, and that was 50% of the landowners did not respond. For Paradise Meadows, we have 20 total landowners and 11 responses. The same colors are used on this map, and you'll see that 9 landowners did not respond. Administration does not see a clear path forward identified through these maps, and again, we have quite a number who did not respond. We do not have contact information, phone numbers for the majority of these landowners in this area to be able to follow up as easily as we could with the East Acreages. And so council will need to identify the preferred strategic actions for the communities of the North Acreages and Paradise Meadows. we do have time for questions. And then at this point, our conclusion is that council accept the North Acreages and Paradise Meadows survey results, staff report, and presentation as information. But we can answer some questions before we go there.
Thank you very much, Liz. Councillor, are there any questions for Liz? So predominantly, so this was focused around the Paradise Meadows and the North Acreages,
Yes.
and the results. Do you have the map that we have in our with the circles? Do you have that?
The map with circles.
The it's a graph for shows. The,
Oh, I do not have that in the presentation. No.
oh, okay.
No.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you know the file name of it? It's on the agenda. We can pull it up.
North Acreages and Paradise Meadows Council Report, March 14th, 2022.
Thank you. There we go.
So of the respondents for the North Acreages, you have the, it's approximately 63% are looking for densification between 2 acres to higher density. And on the Paradise Meadows, approximately 81% of the respondents are interested in 2-acre parcels to higher density. It's interesting. So Liz, in regards to the survey, can you just tell us a little bit about the survey?
It was the identical survey that we did with the East Acreages. I believe that is in one of the attachments as well, Exhibit A attachment. And essentially, it really was, which one do you prefer of these 3 options? It was a very pointed, we asked some demographic information in terms of confirming where they live so we could fill in the chart. But this was really the crux of the questions was, what type of development do you want?
If any.
If any.
Yeah.
And gave them the 3 options. And we kept it the same as the East Acreage survey for consistency so that we're trying to compare apples to apples.
Councillor Hanley?
Liz, was there any follow-up after the initial survey? Like you
No.
got 50% response, I think, in the north. So we haven't shared the responses we did get with those people and send out,
This is
another
our
request.
first time bringing it forward to council, and therefore putting it into the public record. The difference we had with the East Acreages is we had one landowner who knows everybody and had a bunch of phone numbers and had a bunch of contact information. So we were able to phone and those who didn't respond. We don't have that we're aware of in either of these 2 areas. So at this point, we don't have any additional easy tools to contact more people. Council could direct us to go and try to contact more people. Just don't know how to do
Councillor
it.
Hanley?
Yeah. Wouldn't it make sense that then even if we don't have the contact information, just like for the dog parks, other things where we canvass the neighborhood, we could send somebody along with a package and deposit it at each residence that have not responded?
It is entirely possible. And so that is what council directed administration to do with the East Acreages, and that was through phone. And I can't remember the percentage, but we were able to get quite a few more. We never did get every phone number, but we were able to do quite a few and get quite a few more.
No, that's a great comment. I think it's important for us to build a database on all 3 of these areas, as you've mentioned, and so that we have the ability to contact them efficiently. Willie, can you go back to the shaded Google Earth image for North Acreages? So it's so just so we're understanding what we're looking at. So the purple is for higher density, and the orange is for 1 to 2 acres.
Yeah.
And then the blue is for keeping it as is currently. And then the red stripe through is, we haven't heard from those residents yet. It's interesting when you look at these, you start to see how development clusters can start to happen as you're seeing the colors start to show how the community could be defined as it moves forward. So, Liz, as your recommendation for the next steps in regards to these is to do what?
Today, we're presenting this for information. However, council may wish to also direct administration to see how we can contact the additional individuals or landowners and see if we can fill this out more. The other part of today is actually the next presentation pertaining to east acreages. At this point, the amendments that are suggested that we'll talk about soon are just for east acreages. I think one of the questions we want to ask council, or we want council to think about, is should this be opened up to the additional areas? And is it too premature to do that without having more answers on these surveys or not? And so that will be presented to you in the next one as something to think about and how to proceed there.
Okay. All right, so your request is for us to accept this for information. Okay. Councilor, are there any further questions for Liz? No? Okay. Councilor Dean?
Not a question, just a comment. I would support what Councillor Hanley was saying and support a motion thereof in terms of collecting that more information, because it is a small in terms of numbers, right? But we're only getting a 50% sample size, right? And I think it's important to hear from the rest of those residents however we can put that together. So
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think we should do a motion because this is great on the map. You know exactly who to drop off a package to. Councillor Funk?
Wouldn't all this information be available on the tax roll?
Phone numbers are not always available.
So it could be mailed
Yeah.
to them. Yeah.
And everything was mailed. That's how we, for these surveys, and generally we always make sure we mail notices.
Okay.
We might have some phone numbers,
Yeah.
and we have a pretty good team of detectives up there, I think, when it comes to this, so.
Okay. All right, so our first steps are, the first motion is to accept for information and then to do the motions that as suggested. So if I can get a motion for the information, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah. Motion that council, you've got double stated council, that council. Motion that council accepts the North Acreage and Paradise Meadows survey results, staff report, and presentation as information.
All right, are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried, thank you. And the second motion to direct administration to attempt to contact the balance of the residents which haven't responded in the North Acreages. In North Acreages.
If I may, I'd switch residents to landowners.
Okay. Is there any wordsmithing, council, that you see in this motion? Councillor Hanley?
It's not clear of, we want them to complete the survey. A motion the council directs administration to attempt to contact the property owners in North Acreages and Paradise Meadows to complete the survey. And what do we call the survey?
I think it's just survey. And gain further contact information. Councillor Dean?
Thank you. I'm wondering if the and gain further contact information should be a separate motion, that being the idea of building a database for each of the 3 areas, right? So a second motion then would be to create a database for each of the 3 areas, because it sounds like we already have a pretty good one for Paradise, and sorry, not for Paradise, for East Acreages. And so it already sounds like we have a good one for there, but just that we would create a database for each of the 3 areas.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I believe the survey that was used for the East Acreages is the identical survey that was used for the North Acreages and Paradise Meadows, and it has the contact information, so that's how the original one was, the original database for the East Acreages was created.
That is true. It includes the contact information on the survey, actually. It's copies in our document. So do we even have to put in the contact information in there? Councillor Dean?
So while it's on there, are we then, is administration utilizing when that information comes in to create a database internally that we have for each of those 3 areas? Is that how we're using the information now?
It's off, on.
Sorry. I'm learning how to use a button. What we do is internally, as we get the results, we have essentially an Excel spreadsheet that documents the results, and we just have columns with each different item, including contact information. The biggest thing is we have to follow FOIP regulations on what we collect and how we use it. And so any use of that information has to abide by FOIP, which I'm not an expert in.
So they currently have database they're building currently?
Yeah,
Okay, in Excel?
Yep.
Okay, great.
it's nothing fancy.
So again, do you want that in there, or do you want that just removed because it's already in the survey?
I think it's already in the survey. Yeah, it's already in the survey.
Councillor Dean?
I think it's already in the survey, so I think we could take out the second part.
You can just remove after and, or including and remove the rest of the sentence, yeah. Are there any other comments in relation to the wordsmithing of the motion, Councillor Dean?
Is there a percentage that would be a target percentage where we feel we'd be more comfortable in making a decision? I mean, obviously 100% would be awesome. But is there a percentage? Is it 80? Is it 85? Is it 90? Because I don't know if we're comfortable at 50. It sounds like we're not. But what do we do if we make this attempt and we don't get it? Like, should we set a target? And then when that, no, we should not. I see Liz shaking her head. She does not like my idea at all. Okay, good.
You are right. I would stay away from a target because we just don't know if we'll be able to get a hold of people.
Yeah, fair.
So what I would do rather is say we get to 60 or 80, regardless of what that number is, we're going to come back and present it to you. And then you guys have to make the decision, regardless of if we get somewhere or not, because we can't guarantee people will answer their phone, that they'll, right? Like I was speaking to one individual before who asked a question, and I said, well, we did the best we could before we crossed the line of becoming stalkers, right? So we can't make people respond.
No, and that's council's decision, yeah. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. So I guess within that, what we're saying is we're going to make every attempt possible to have people's voices be heard. And then after that, at some point, we have to make a decision based on that. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other comments in relation to the motion as presented? Okay, if I can get a motion read, please. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council direct administration to attempt to contact the property owners in the North Acreages and Paradise Meadows to complete the survey that was presented at the March 14th, 2023 regular council meeting.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Liz. So now we're on to the East Acreages update. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. We are going to move on to the East Acreage update, which is a pretty important update. I do know we have quite a few people in the gallery today that are here to learn about this. So the intention of the presentation is to provide council with an update on the East Acreage project and to provide council with the draft municipal development plan and land use bylaw amendments to provide a transitional residential development option to the East Acreages. The motion being requested today is that council accept the East Acreage update staff report and presentation as information, although we do expect that you guys might come up with a few more directions to us. So the last update to council was on December 6th, where council made the following motions: that council supports amending statutory documents to accommodate development in the East Acreages as infill developments; that council direct administration to develop amendments to the municipal development plan and land use bylaw, which provide transitional gradual residential development options within the East Acreage areas. The draft MDP amendment, which is an exhibit and attached in full, is to amend section 3.4.3, reinvestment in existing communities. We want to add in that residential development shall be comprehensively designed with future growth in mind, provide subdivision development application requirements to accommodate infill residential development in the East Acreages in the absence of an ASP, encourage landowners/developers to develop innovative storm, wastewater, potable water, and fire protection strategies, and the addition of the TRR district as an opportunity for landowners to densify residential development in a phased manner. We will also be recommending an amendment to Figure 4, that is the Chestermere planning areas within the MDP, and essentially we would just remove the word or the acronym ASP to what is circled, which says East Acreage ASP. The draft land use bylaw amendment we've named it the Transitional Rural Residential District. It will only apply to the East Acreages as identified in Figure 4 at this point in time, based on the draft in front of you. It will provide an opportunity for additional residential subdivision to occur in a phased manner. It is intended to regulate the transition from rural residential to higher density residential development, including the provision of urban utility services. With this, the next steps would be, if council chooses to proceed with both the MDP and the land use bylaw transitional rural residential district, we would return to council for first reading of the MDP, then ultimately second public hearing, third. We would also return, presumably on the same date, for the land use bylaw amendment. And we would also be looking for council to pass a motion to direct administration to create additional servicing standards required to implement the transitional rural residential district. There will be a cost to the servicing standards, and I wouldn't recommend passing that motion and giving that direction until we're further into that approval process. And questions?
Councillor Funk?
Did you want to go through the draft TRR at this time? Just to tie it all together, because I think it's kind of a significant portion of that. That's just a question, is whether or not it would be relevant right now to do that, or if it's better to stick with where we are.
I like that suggestion. Okay. Can we pull up the staff report? It'll be page 3 of the report, and we can talk about what is in there. Can you make it a little bit bigger, because I'm blind?
There's a page before that as well.
The one before is the MDP amendment. Did council also want to go through the MDP amendment in more detail?
Yes, please.
Let's start with that one. And can you make it just a little bit bigger? I really am blind. Well, close.
Alan, I'm just wondering, is it possible, can she get the monitor working? Is it working?
I can read it now.
Okay.
For the MDP amendment, which is in front of you now, essentially 3.4, the text that you'll see here is all information we are proposing to add into the MDP. Essentially, what we are doing is, in the absence of a traditional area structure plan, we are giving a mini rule book for how to develop in the east acreages. Note that if council at some point chooses to add in the north acreages or Paradise Meadows, it would be a relatively simple amendment. However, it still would require, if it's not done during this time frame, it would require the full bylaw amendment process, including public hearing. And so we've added in the text to make it very clear that it applies only to the east acreages identified in Figure 4, and only for residential subdivisions and developments. So first, all development must be in compliance with the Figure 8 land use concept. The proposed development shall be designed to consider future development plans, including cohesion with adjacent properties, locations of future utility servicing connections, transportation routes, and park and open spaces with adjacent properties must be identified. All residential development in this area is not considered an interim use and therefore shall be comprehensively designed and located with future growth in mind. So to this end, all subdivision and or development permit applications must include current and future lot layout and property lines, current and future building layout, current and future utility design and required right-of-ways, current and future transportation network, current and future park and open space design, including pathways, adequate fire protection for the proposed future density, screening between residential densities and uses, staging plan identifying the process and estimated timelines for development of the required infrastructure, and any other requirements deemed necessary by the Development Authority. We kind of throw that in most things in case there's something that's not comprehensively in this list. And so the reason that we identify current and future is that someone might come in with the plan to just do that one lot. But we've talked quite a bit about the importance of where you locate that house and how people tend to put the house in the middle of a property on an acreage. Well, that makes that property in the future not very easy to re-subdivide without tearing down a house. So we want to know where that house is going to go. We want to know what else they want to do on their land. Now, they're not bound by that. That could change, but that shadow plan at least shows that that thought has gone into it. It gives administration something to know that how it's going to have that interface with the neighbors and how things could grow. The next part is that we talk about the infrastructure. That's a critical part of this. Landowners are encouraged to develop innovative stormwater, wastewater, potable water, and fire protection strategies to the satisfaction of the Development Authority. Potable water must be supplied by an approved municipal system, being either connection to the municipal water system or a cistern. So again, this means no new wells. Wastewater must be disposed of at an approved municipal system, being either connection to the municipal sewer system or a pump out tank. So no new septic fields. Now, that could be pumping at night. All these different innovative things we've talked about. And that's part of why, again, we're talking about innovative stormwater, wastewater, and potable water and fire protection strategies. And then landowner developers must provide all required support documents throughout the development process to the satisfaction of the Development Authority. That's standard. Landowners, developers have to provide all of that information. We don't provide it on anyone's behalf, and therefore they are responsible for those costs associated with it. And then a couple additional clauses are the TRR district in the land use bylaw is intended to provide the opportunities for landowners to initiate residential development in a phased manner in order to accommodate residential densification and intensification over time. Landowners within the East Acreage area who wish to pursue additional residential subdivision and development shall apply for a land use redesignation to the appropriate land use prior to subdivision or development permit application. So you don't have to go to the TRR district. If you want to go to a traditional single family lot right off the bat, you apply to that zone. It doesn't mean you can only apply to the TRR district. It means if you want to go to that 1 acre, which is currently proposed, but I expect there will be some discussion on that, then you go to the TRR district. So any change in your density requires a land use bylaw amendment. And the reason for that is that council is then able to see what people are proposing. Neighbors are able to come and speak about it. In the absence of an area structure plan, administration believes that people should have that right to come speak and voice that opinion. Yes, it does drag out the process a little bit, but typically you would do an area structure plan, outline plan with land use amendments at that time. So in our mind, this is the most appropriate way to give everyone a chance to speak about applications. And since they'll happen in an ad hoc manner, council's going to have to hear them whenever they come forward. And then the next clause is about the CMRB. So comprehensively designed infill residential developments that are in compliance with the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Growth Plan and 4.2C3 of the CMRB Regional Evaluation Framework shall not require an area structure plan prior to subdivision and or development permits. That clause is the clause that sets out I think it's 199 units, is not considered regionally significant to go in front of the CMRB. The reason we did not put that number is that number could be updated at any time. So we're saying it has to be in compliance with this, and therefore it wouldn't need to go through that area structure plan process. And I think that is there another MDP? I don't think I can scroll down on this.
That's this first part, that's the end of the first part.
That's the end of the MDP.
So we just wanted to ask some questions in relation to this part. So I think what's important, and I just want to clarify that with you, is that, so residents have two choices here, is they can come forward under the existing framework and allow for a single-family development.
One, which most of them already have.
Correct. And then if they're looking for a higher density, then you're saying that they fall within the TRR classification?
Or any other classification they want to apply to that's any existing residential use. So we're not limiting what type of land use bylaw amendment for residential districts they can go to. They can apply to anything.
Yeah.
And ultimately council would be hearing that. So for example, if somebody wanted to go to a 4-story, 5-story townhouse, they can apply to go to that district. That's their right.
Right.
Council will listen to that application, neighbors will come speak about it. But if they want to just go to a 1 acre, more of a, what we're calling transitional, because in the future it may subdivide further, that's what the TRR district is being created for, to give an option to those who just want that 1 or 2 acre subdivision.
So the TRR is only for the 1 or 2 acre subdivision?
Yep.
Okay, so in that framework, if I have 10 acres and I wish to do 1 acre at a time, am I coming in and giving an idea of a shadow plan saying that I may wish to do this in the future, but I'm not tied to that?
Exactly. We can't tie you to it because it's not in a formal outline plan. But it's showing that when you come in for that first one that you're putting that thought into, and there is an expense to putting that thought in, to how you're going to lay it out and that it can be done.
And so can you explain that part a little bit? Because that's concerns, just in the breadth of the amount of work required.
Yeah.
So when they're laying out those plans, that would include, as you've laid out in the amendment, property line shadow plan, possible building layout, utility design, transportation, et cetera, parks and that. So when they're talking about that, what level of detail do they have to get to in laying that out for not massive density, if they're looking at 1 acre parcels, for example?
We need to have an understanding that what they're proposing would work, right? The intention is to allow for intensification. So in order to do that, there has to be some level of thought. There will probably, at this point, we're not saying that you have to hire somebody to do a TIA necessarily, but it does say requirements deemed necessary by the Development Authority. If somebody's coming in and say they had a huge parcel and they're looking at doing this, there might be higher requirements. But when we look at the majority of these landowners that are 4 and 2 acre landowners, a lot of this won't require specific studies to do.
Yeah.
But that conceptual layout will need to be done and show if we put this first house here, where's the second, where's the third, and what does that look like? And then as they come in, if they're following it, they don't have to redo that work, right? It would already be there. And, but it really will depend on each application and what they're looking to do.
Now, just for guidance, how do you expect the residents to know if they want to read through, for example, adequate fire protection? So if they're going to do 1 acre parcels, how would they understand what their requirements are?
They'll talk to administration and we'll work through them and we'll help them understand that with each application, depending on what it is, because your fire protection changes drastically depending on what you're doing, right?
Yep.
Your fire protection on a 4 acre lot is a lot different than if you're doing a 4-story townhouse development. And that is going to be your fire flows and.
Now, is that defined, as you mentioned in the other bylaws, is it defined in each one of those? So if you're doing a 4-story development, for example, then you would have to meet, it's not
No,
defined.
this is probably a little bit more detail in that typically for our other areas in the community, we have developers coming in.
Right.
They're coming in, they've done all their studies, they have their, fancy lawyers and engineers and storm, and they have all the specialists there to work with them.
Okay.
And that's part of why one of the recommendations is that as this proceeds, we need to develop standards around this to help people coming in to understand what they need, but also to help our team.
Yes.
Because we don't have those right now. And that's a pretty big chunk of work that needs to be undertaken so that these questions we can answer. And we can hopefully in those standards set kind of rules of thumbs of if your density's under this is what you would need versus if your density's over this, right? So that's a big piece of work that still hasn't even been initiated, that will have to be
That's
initiated.
exactly what I wanted to hear, because I was concerned about each time a person comes in, they roll the dice as to what the standards are.
We need the
Person's
standards.
answer.
Yeah, we absolutely need the standards. Mark is well aware of this, and I don't think he's here today.
No, that helps, because that
he's-
helps answer the residents' questions as to if they're doing something smaller or something more densified, that they have an idea what direction they're heading.
We don't recommend initiating the servicing standard development until we know that this is proceeding in some way, shape, or form, because that'll impact what we're doing. And presumably there's a budget implication to creating those. I don't know what that is.
And that standards document, that's also presented and shown to the public, and,
I believe so.
okay. I think that's a good idea, if it is.
Yeah, and it's an absolute necessity. We, as a city, we don't typically do this transitional density.
True, yeah.
And so we have to have that. We need that rule book so that everybody understands. And we like rule
Exactly, we
books.
don't have the professionals approaching, so part of our goal is to try and help this occur for our residents, so allowing this rule book or this framework to show kind of how that's going to work out, I think is important. Councillor, are there any further questions in relation to this particular document? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, more of a suggestion than anything else. On the survey, there's the do nothing option, right? The 1 to 2 acres or the urban density. So the do nothing option, ultimately down the road, right? They would either move to, they have two choices. They could move to the 1 to 2 acres, and that could be in 20 years from now, or they could jump right to high density. So, I think when we do this, we need to categorize all of those and say, if you're one of the do nothing options, here are the rules moving forward for your group. If you're 1 to 2 acres, then that may stay in place for 20 years as well before somebody goes to the higher density or chooses to do so. So we should establish what are the rules for each of those categories. Because it seems to come across to me of some of the amendments sort of just jump right into the urban standards of like, here it is, you don't have any choice. And I'm worried about, the landowners' rights, the people that have the 1 to 2 acre parcels. have bigger lots may want to do other things, and we should be able to accommodate those, as well as the residents that just don't want to do anything. They like their acreage the way it is. So I think as we move forward, and it'd be a lot clearer to the public, and I think also to council ourselves, if we had a better outline of each of those categories.
If I may, the one thing I would caution is that those categories aren't approved anywhere. People aren't bound by what they've marked on this map in any way, shape, or form. And so the way we're looking at this as administration is anyone in this area has the right to apply for an amendment. What they choose to apply for, and ultimately what council will approve in a land use bylaw amendment, isn't a guarantee. That is the reason that it's a bylaw process, an amendment process.
That's where I think probably like a guidebook would help. So here's the amendments in the bylaw, but a guidebook for the individual property owners that say, okay, I have a choice. I can go from right now to do nothing to high density, or I can choose to go to 1 to 2 acres, or I can choose to do nothing, right? And depending on what my personal choice is as the owner, these are the rules I have to follow.
Where would that, as Councillor Hanley's speaking of, where would that be? Where would you recommend something like that be added? Because what happens is developers know that you can change anything to something else, and it doesn't need to be written for me to know that. Residents don't know that. They go, am I forced to do this? Am I forced to do that? And can I not do this? Can I not do that? And so I get it that it's not normal, but that's one of the whole reasons this whole opportunity that we're creating is to provide a bit more information to residents that have acreages, because it is such a different situation than a developer approaching us on 1,000 acres or something.
So typically, a lot of that information will probably be in an area structure plan, which we don't want to go to that direction. So what I would suggest is we put some thought into more of a preamble in the introduction of this section of the MDP. And then on the application forms, they're a standard application form, but we can have somewhere a description of applications within the East Acreage area and provide a bit more detail. And typically, whoever's applying for something, they come to administration. So it might even be something that administration has prepared that we can hand out that's just an information piece. No different than we have probably for people who are building decks.
Director Travis?
Good morning, Council. So what I parallel or agree with Liz's comments. The only other thing that I would add to that is that we can also add flow charts to our website. So typically we've done like a flow process of how you get from A to B through the development approval process, and we can do the same for this instance as well.
Yeah, I think it's a good area that we focus on as we're all also involved in the potential annexation of more acreage owners, acreage lands that are smaller parcels. That group would be interested in, obviously, this kind of discussion, because most municipalities don't get into this, which is why acreage owners are kind of left behind a lot. And I think there's very good reason why this gradual densification concept really can work. We just have to help and make sure that we've got the processes laid out for the residents to follow.
And I'll add, the first few are probably going to be a bit bumpy as we work this out. This is very new and a new concept, but we'll, if we have to in the future, we'll come back and do some amendments. But the hope is that this is opening that door and providing that flexibility and providing options. But we do acknowledge it's new. So
Excellent.
It's a trial.
Councillor, are there any further questions in relation to this particular portion? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I think also we should be seeking feedback from the property owners on some of them, because when I go through some of the general requirements of like lot coverage and accessory buildings, the size, if you've got a full acreage where you do nothing, right? The option should be different for you versus the 1 to 2 acres versus the urban densification.
So by nature of what you apply for, it will be different. If you apply for a different zone other than the TRR that already exists in the bylaw, you'd have whatever those options are that you're applying to. If you apply to the TRR, this is just draft. And our intention is, because we do know there's a demand for this to proceed, present this today to council, get your guys' feedback, come back with first reading, and then through the public hearing process, we would receive additional feedback if there needed to be changes. At this point in time, I did not envision a separate open house, mainly because that takes time, but that is something we could definitely do to get that feedback as well.
One thing that we're going to do is jump to that 10.2 here next. But just as we are there any questions further on the proposed MDP amendment? Okay, if we can now move to the 10.2, the transitional rural residential district, and just have Liz give some comments on that.
You can pull up there we go. Okay, so this is the brand new concept that we've been working on. We've called it the Transitional Rural Residential District. It is, again, only open to the east acreages. Should additional areas and acreages be added, we can easily update that through the appropriate process. What we have done is permitted use is your accessory building, your shed, your accessory building, garage, accessory uses, a dwelling, single, detached, parks, and minor home-based businesses. Your discretionary uses is a lot larger of options, including accessory building other. I know that there has been requests to be able to have additional accessory buildings on a site. So if you moved to the TRR district, you would have that. Note, before we get further into this, administration has begun working on a minor land use bylaw update to the whole land use bylaw. And as part of that, we will be looking at the RRR and LRR districts and looking at additional accessory buildings and other things that can be done to improve those districts as well. That is not in front of you today, but that work has started in the background, and we'll be bringing some information to council on that project soon. So the general requirements are from the estate district, actually, largely. With the exception of the lot area, we went with 1 acre. We chose 1 acre because the survey said 1 or 2 acre. That said, we do know through the public meetings that were held in November and earlier with the east acreages, there are some people who would like to go down to a 1/4 acre. This district right now, the minimum size would be 1 acre. So I want to key council in on that, because that might be a number council wishes to direct us to change to whether that's a 1/4 acre or a 1/2 acre. And then we've done setbacks that are pretty standard setbacks. And because of the size of the lots, the lot coverage is pretty low because they're still bigger lots. And the overall density, again, because it's transitional, is at the discretion of the development authority. And that's where we'll be able to work with that interim density versus long-term density, and it'll be gradual and change. So we also have a couple additional regulations. Only applies to the east acreage areas. B, all development permits shall identify the placement of the proposed residential dwelling and provide a shadow plan identifying location of future additional residential dwellings, property lines, as per that MDP amendment. So we're linking it back to that section. C, screening, I believe, is going to be incredibly important between those who choose to develop and those who choose not to. And so we want to know how that will be done, and a screening plan may be required. We say may because depending on your neighbors and where you're developing, it may not be required. And we can't determine that at this point in time. And with the exception of secondary suites, no person may erect a residential building on the lot in this district on which another residential district building already is located. That's pretty standard, separate properties for separate buildings, unless it's secondary suite. This last one, E, is the start of a standard. This will probably be reworked as we get further into standards, but, and again, Mark Rualt has been part of this one. In the absence of a stormwater management facility for the development, so that could be a pond on the property, there's lots of different things that could do that. 50% of the lot area must be allocated for stormwater management, and stormwater must be directed to these lands. Stormwater must not discharge off the lot. A caveat shall be registered on title identifying the lands, and this may be reduced by the development authority or with the development of a stormwater facility and corresponding stormwater management report to the satisfaction of the development authority. So that's where for your first lot, you're probably just going to put that caveat on and direct that. But if you're going to add 10 lots, then you're actually probably going to want to bring in an engineer, get that plan done, look at where that is, and work that out. And so this one is absolutely critical to development. I think everyone is quite aware that we have a stormwater drainage problem in this part of Alberta. And so this is to provide a base start on 50% has to be undeveloped, and that is, again, only for the TRR district. If you're moving to a different district, then you're falling into those urban standards that already exist. Questions?
Thank you. Just as a quick question, in your opinion, having not seen the other urban standards that you mentioned, would they easily transfer over to this style of developing?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Hence the need to create what those standards are for this type of a district and this type of development. It's going to be a critical piece of work that will be needed to be done.
Is the gradual densification is a different concept, and even if you're doing smaller lots, whether it's 1/6, 1/4, I don't know if the other descriptions would catch this. I'm wondering if they have to be not fully amended, but somewhat amended to allow for how this gradual density could occur. Is often they're written for a developer to just simply put them in, as opposed to doing one or two at a time or something. So given that, do you see that we would create modification to this for this acreage owner concept, and have a separate little section that would really allow for the customization or the finishing touches, I guess, on it?
Yeah, I can't speak for certain on how we would incorporate it into the standards, but however we do that, I do know that it would be important that it is easily accessible to landowners and East Acreage landowners who, again, are very different than the large development firms. And so even if they're just integrated in, again, it could be that cheat sheet of summary for information that we would pull out and be able to create. So we do realize that planning and engineering talk is often not easily understood by the general public, especially when we get into things like standards. And so I think an important piece would be making, one, your traditional standards that engineers all understand, but two, that piece that puts it into everyday language.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that Mark and his skill set would be able to do quite well.
Excellent. Councillor Funk, did you have a question?
Yeah. Just wanted to maybe caution or ask a question that instead of stating that all zoning would be difficult, as you increase densification, it would increase that complexity, I think. Whereas if you're just going to a half acre from the TRR, the current TRR at 1 acre, a half acre isn't twice as bad.
Exactly.
But as you get to a townhouse development stuff, then you would run into serious issues with some of this stuff.
Well, and that's where you just fall into typical requirements that already exist. If you're going to go to one of those districts, and we're kind of talking extremes here, right? Whether it's half acre, quarter acre, all the way up to a 4-story townhouse, those standards exist. You're going to have to meet them if you're doing that. Now, that doesn't mean we can't look at off-peak pumping, right? There's still these innovative ideas we can do, but you still have to meet those standards. You still have to have your fire flows. And your fire flows are probably one of the most important challenges for the density and the water lines that are out there and will need to be built as well. So.
Oh, excellent. Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to the presenter. I'm not sure if you can help me with the phrasing of this question because I've been working on it for the last 5 minutes in my brain. Is there an ultimate goal that we have with this, or is the ultimate goal that we want to work with that we truly want to provide these different options, and so that's what we're working on? Is the ultimate goal a higher density? Is there an ultimate goal that we are looking at, or is it that the ultimate goal is to provide as many options to these landowners as we can?
My ultimate goal is to implement whatever council directs. That was good, wasn't it?
That was a really good answer. That was solid.
Via Travis's direction, I should add that in.
That's right.
After being involved in this project for over 10 years, on and off again, my goal with council and Travis's blessing is to provide options to these landowners that allow them to do something, but also respect that their neighbors may not want to do something. So that's where that screening piece is so important, and looking at how things can come together. When we look at transitional development or phase development, there's more chances for error, frankly, right? We don't have a guiding document. We don't have anything that's saying that this is where the pathways are going to go. And so what the shadow planning does is it lets us see where one person is looking at doing it. So when an applicant comes in 10 years later next door, we can make sure that, oh, okay, this is supposed to have your pathway cross onto your property here. So we're trying to protect that long-term opportunity while allowing development to start. And so, does that make sense?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things we're trying to do is we've annexed these residents, and all cities that have acreages in there have this challenge, and they often, unfortunately, don't quite know what to do with it, so they leave them alone, which isn't fair. I think there are solutions, which is what we're going through, and helping to unlock the value of these lands for these residents that have been here for 20, 30 years or less. Rather than just selling to a developer, and often just selling to a developer is not even an option, because developers don't typically want to deal with 20, 30, 40 residents to get enough of a land base to do a large project. So they end up getting kind of left in no man's land. And I honestly think that this is not that hard of a solution. Once we, pioneering it is challenging. Once we get it set up, though, I really think this is going to be a really guideline for a lot of municipalities. And it really helps the residents and citizens that are in these situations as well. So, yes, Councillor Funk?
I was basically going to mention along the same lines is that my goal as a councillor in this situation is as cities grow, there's always this transitional area going from acreages, farmland to acreage to densification. And we really need to provide solutions that allow residents, developers, whoever to be able to develop land into whatever they see fit as their land. And I think right now we've been missing, or we've had challenges in stormwater, water, potable water availability, sewer. So I think our goal on this has been to provide options to residents to work within or to work through our bureaucracy and our challenges with them. So,
and understanding that the goal is not just pure densification. The goal is options, and how to provide those for all interested parties that do and do not wish to develop. Councillor Foat?
I've read the back story on this through the mayor to Liz. Read the backstory on this thing, and you've been involved in it, for a long time. There's been a lot of people that have been involved in this, and I appreciate you stepping forward to try to drive this home. And my desire is the same desire as yours, is to reach some resolve here. Just in our break there, I was talking to several East Acreage owners there, and I can see their frustration on where they're trying to go with this. And I think that one of the big things is, previous councils have dropped the ball, but we as a council here do not want to do that. We want to create some resolve here. And I think that more we can keep communication open to them, get them involved, and lead them through the bureaucracy, as Mr. Funk has called it, I think that'll go a long ways. And I sure hope that we can get this resolved within our term before
Definitely faster.
have another election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor, are there any further questions for Liz? One last point that, Liz, I wanted to just quickly touch on was item number D on 10.20.5D, which talks about secondary suites. One thing that we've been talking about, which we may need to, well, probably further debate, but is the idea of having granny suites or suites above garages and these kinds of things, whether it's your carriage house concept or other. And that needs to be discussed throughout Chestermere, but particularly in this network area, because we've got the opportunity with acreages that it can be done differently, as opposed to trying to retrofit something in an existing community. But yeah, that's my comment.
I don't have the bylaw in front of me, but typically secondary suites is not limited to like a basement suite. We look at whether it's a carriage house or a granny suite, whatever name it is. Back in 2010, when we did the land use bylaw, the intention was any of those things fit within a secondary suite.
Okay.
So I'd have to look at the definition, and I can come back with that information. I just don't have the bylaw in front of me. But I believe the land use bylaw definition of secondary suite should include a description of multiple types. But that is something that overall, that other project that we're going to let you guys know about is a great piece of information for me to take.
Okay, so this D is more referring to two homes on the same lot.
Two separate homes.
Okay.
So if you're going to build a shop and put a residence above it, typically that should be considered like a secondary suite. It's about your size of it. And so, but that's something I can note and come back with an answer and clarity on at the next, when we come back.
Great, thank you. Are there any further questions, council? Is that the conclusion of your presentation today?
Ultimately, we are looking for you guys to accept this. Our intention is to come back, hopefully pretty quickly, like I'm talking April, early May, the latest, for first reading of these two documents. Based on the feedback, we'll do some changes to the MDP already, and I don't know if there's any direction on, in particular, that 1 acre piece that you guys want us to consider before we come back for the land use bylaw as well.
Do you wish us to reference the request for more densification? Like we've had residents that wish to do, for example, quarter acres, eighth acres, more densification. And is that going to be are you going to try and customize some documents and make it into this one section? Or do you redo? What would you?
I don't recommend creating a bunch of different transitional districts. I would like to have one comprehensive one that sets a minimum lot size.
Okay.
And then if you want to come in at 1 acre, great, come in at 1 acre.
Yes.
Your minimum is, say, a quarter acre. And so that I wouldn't create multiple TRR1, TRR2, TRR3. I don't think it's necessary. I think it's redundant. Just create what that minimum size is, and then people don't have to go to your minimum, right?
So would you request us to make that decision today or do that at the first reading?
Maybe what you could do is make a motion directing us to investigate what smaller lot size we could look at and come back with a recommendation to you.
Okay.
Or you can give us a recommendation that you guys want. But I think that the reason it's 1 in here is that the survey was 1 to 2 acres. But like I said, I know verbally we heard quite a few people talk about wanting to go a bit more dense than that. So I think.
Yeah, it's just how these other opportunities might fit within this. And if you recommend that be more of one encompassing document, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Or if you recommend that it be all these other documents moved into this section, which is maybe more confusing.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, Councillor Fote?
I would recommend, Mr. Mayor, that we, as council today, decide on a quarter of an acre or half acre, however we want it to be, because that'll actually kind of help speed the process up, and it'll actually make a better document when Liz brings it back to us.
Now, Liz, if we decide this in the TRR, you mentioned before, though, that residents still have the ability to make an application to a higher densification.
Anyone.
Condominium, let's say.
Yeah. Even traditional single family, right? So there's different densities they can go to. Now, if you're going to go to a single family lot, again, you're still going to have to show us how that's going to fit in, right?
So I guess some of the confusion is that this TRR district doesn't encompass all options?
No, that you would apply to go to one of the other districts.
Okay. And so this district is only to be, for example, up to a certain densification that we're suggesting? Between that and 2 acre lots, is that what you're saying? Or
What they have now. So some people have 2 acres, some people have 4 acres. So if, for example, you want to take your 4 acre lot to the TRR district and let's say it changes to half acre, you would identify where the future half acre lots are and which one you're starting on first for your subdivision. Whereas if you're going to choose to take your lot to, say, a traditional single family lot, you'd be identifying all your lots for that subdivision application.
so what are you recommending though for today? So like CMRB, for example, prefers an 8 units per acre, average. So are we recommending that that should be the same in this document?
No, we're not looking at density in this one. And that's why it's at the discretion of the development authority. The 8 units per acre is an average. What we are going to see here is not going to be traditional. We are not going to see, unless we're going to require everyone to go to that, what we're saying is we're going to do infill. We're going to see it happen incrementally. So there isn't a density target in the same way. But, and in the growth plans, there is, I can't remember the right word for it, but there's basically the idea that we do want to see intensification of existing residential areas. And that's what we're looking at doing, is we're just intensifying existing. There isn't a specific target. Yeah, if overall you can get to that 8, ultimately that is a goal. But that 8 would be if we were doing an area structure plan. And we had that type of documentation in place. That's the goal, but we're not stating right off the bat, if you're going to do development, you have to get to 8.
Right.
Because that's not going to be practical in this transitional phase development.
However, this document, the TRR district here, identifies a minimum of an acre.
Yep.
So doesn't that mean a minimum of an acre per lot?
Yes.
Yes.
But it doesn't say that it has to be a maximum of 8. It says that 1 right now, and I do expect you guys will change that 1. But if somebody wants to do, if the minimum becomes a 1/4 acre, but somebody only wants to do 1 acre, well, your density is not going to be the same as if somebody's coming in to do multiple 1/4 acres, right? So that's why it's subject to the development authority.
Right. Right. So on this document, do you believe it's best if this is left as 1 acre, or do you believe it's best if it's left at higher densification?
I believe that based on the survey, 1 acre was our minimum.
Yep.
That said, we heard a lot of people who wanted to see more. So whether we look at going to that half acre or a 1/4 acre, half acre to me makes some sense. I'd be curious what Mark's comment would be, and we can come back with that at the next meeting once we chat with him a bit more.
But so for residents that want to go for higher density, they still can, but it just doesn't fall within this district.
Exactly. But then you're going to other districts, so you have to meet that lot size minimum and the urban infrastructure requirements, which makes it a lot harder to do, right? Especially depending on where you're situated. If you're on the far side and the infrastructure hasn't been brought over, that water line's going to be expensive.
Because see, one of the things that's hard for council to make a decision today in my mind about this densification is a lot of people see densification differently. And so some people will say, well, I don't want townhouses in my land. And then when you talk about retirement villas, they go, oh, that's okay. Well, they're the same densification. So it's hard to have council say, well, we only want 1/4 acre lots. Because if you wanted to do a seniors or just retirement villas development, that's a lot higher density than 1/4 acre lots.
Which puts you into that land use district, not this one.
But our challenge is that we still want to be able to have gradual densification. And so will those other districts allow for gradual densification?
I think there's ways to do it.
I agree. And that's my question. Is that something that's left up to the development authority, or is that something that we change or we add to that document if it's going to apply to this district?
Yeah.
This district, I guess we're confusing words, but
Yeah.
applies to the East Acreage area.
I'd like to think about that one and get back to you, because I think it is an important nuance.
It is a special nuance, and it's something I think we don't want to take our time to do, but we do want to try and do right, and then obviously fix as we go, but
Yep,
this district is not normal.
exactly.
And so trying to throw in other districts that are based on other things, I think will be challenging. Doesn't mean that's not how we start, but it might be something for us to gradually review some of those districts. There's not that many.
Yeah.
But gradually review them and just try and push them into this area. I know it's a lot of districts, but it's not a lot, but I know it's
But it could be,
6 or 7 of them, but.
right, exactly.
Councillor Dean?
I'm wondering if we are about to have the same conversation twice, and what I mean by that is, I think we've come up with a lot of information, come up with a lot of options. We do know that this is going to be coming back for first reading, right? And then at first reading, we can also change that number. It also gives us as city councilors and residents opportunity to reach out to us via email now that they've heard the idea, right? Because we got to get to first, second, and third reading anyway. We know that's coming back. We've heard it mentioned that you're going to be speaking with Mark about some of these things anyway and bringing those back. So I wonder if it's at that first reading time will provide us the opportunity to then set that number within the bylaw, because we'll have 3 kind of official cracks at that number, if you will, before that bylaw gets passed.
I'm wondering if thank you, Councillor Dean. I'm wondering if our motion today is, as Councillor Dean has mentioned, not really to go after the densification yet, but to ask administration to look into the best ways of how smaller lots would be applied to east acreages in this district or in combination of other districts, and then see what administration recommends after they look at some of those districts, if it's a lot of work or if it's something that's easier to apply to the gradual density concept. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, when we do this changes to the MDP and land use bylaw, don't we have to schedule a public hearing? So that would give everybody the opportunity to provide their input to all of us. So we're not forced into making a decision right now or cornering into anything.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. So for now, Liz, we have to accept your previous presentations as information, and then you've requested that we move forward with a motion directing administration to create additional servicing standards.
I wouldn't do that yet. I don't recommend we do that yet until we're further into the approval process, because that will be an expensive, and we should probably figure out, Travis, what that dollar is to create these standards and what that exactly looks like. So I wouldn't recommend that motion today.
Okay, so is more of a motion in relation to administration to look into best ways and how to apply higher density, smaller lots to the east acreage documentation
In a transitional manner.
in a transitional manner.
Yeah. I think that to me is probably the critical thing that I've heard today. And I've made a couple other notes as well.
Councillor Funk?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we want to keep the scope within the transitional framework, and I was also going to suggest that we keep it within the responses of the survey of what residents were wanting to transition to within, and for administration to scope it within that. They're not maybe getting the densification down to single family homes on a regular sized lot, but what it can be done within a transitional zone with the framework of the utilities and everything else that can be managed, right? Because they're not going to have water within a transitional or normal water systems and everything.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges in the survey. So they offered options for 1 to 2 acres, and they also options for higher density. That higher density is not defined, so it's hard for them to do what you just asked.
Right, but that's within. But within the framework of what can be done transitionally, because they're trying to, I believe you're trying to scope it within what can be managed with stormwater, sewer in a transitional scope, not within a standard sewage water.
Right, but let's just talk about that for a quick second. Say I wanted to do townhouses. So I'm going to do 3 blocks of 3 townhouses, and I'm going to phase them over 10 phases. So I can put that in today and only go 60 feet into the property.
But that would go into a standard normal framework of what we already have, right?
Not necessarily. It's all decided as the gradual densification, right? So you can do higher density is what we're saying, but gradually. And so that creates the challenge. That's why we're here today, is that creates that challenge. Is okay, how are you going to do that?
And it might be as simple as that's done to your example of that larger density. It might just be that you come in for development permit 1, that is 1 unit on that property, and then on your plans, you identify the intention to do 2, 3, and 4 as time and money allows. So,
And then what also happens is during that densification, everything increases gradually is the plan, is that your fire protection increases gradually. So as you get more densification, more requirements come. So if, for example, you go from a gravel road to a paved road, but you don't want to start with a paved road today if you're doing the first lot. So you want to gradually go and improve as you go, as much as possible. Now, sometimes the biggest challenges are the sewer and water, but there still is options on how to do that gradually.
and ultimately, if someone's coming in to do a 4-story townhouse, condo complex, they're going dense. They're going to need their services. They're going to need a traditional infrastructure supplied to that site, right? So I'm thinking it's less those sites and more the single family. That's a traditional lot size versus the larger lot size of this zone. So I appreciate the opportunity to go back and kind of think through this a little bit more with the team and see what we can come up with to help alleviate those concerns around this.
Yeah, the motion seems pretty accurate. Councillor, is there any wordsmithing that you'd like to do to the motion that's on the screen? Councillor Dean? Oh, sorry. So the other areas is to sort of mention but not mention North Acreages. Should we just actually start putting them on the table? Because what's going to be the difference between the two areas? This doesn't mean you have to go density. This just means that here's the framework for what you're looking at.
I would leave it as East Acreages for now, only because our earlier motion is to do more work on the survey. And I'm hoping when we come back by the end of May, we'll be able to give you both pieces and you'll be able to make the decision to add North Acreages into this or not.
Okay,
and at
great.
that point, it's before we do the bylaw approval. It's literally adding a few words. It's easy.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hanley?
Liz, does it make any sense? Because the survey for the East Acreages is not 100% either. Should we also provide a motion to direct to those who have not responded? After them again?
You've already done that.
We did it specifically for the North Acreages and...
Previously you did for East.
Okay.
And so we got every phone number. One of the lovely ladies in the room helped us get extra phone numbers. And so we've done that exercise for East Acreages, short of becoming a professional stalker, which I really don't want to do.
Okay.
I think we've gone as far as we can on that one.
Okay. Councillor, if there's any comments in relation to this motion, otherwise if I can get someone to read the motion. Councillor Hanley?
Motion that council directs administration to research optimal ways to investigate higher density / smaller lot transitions in East Acreages and report back to council no later than the end of May 2023.
I just have a comment. That's a bit confusing, actually, now that I heard that you read that. Optimal ways to investigate. It's more in regards to optimal ways
To achieve?
Accommodate.
To accommodate.
to accommodate higher density. Yeah, it's not about an investigation. Optimal solutions. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, optimal solutions for higher density, small lot transition. Okay, sure. Council's reach optimal solutions for higher density. Now, does this specifically, the only thing I'm seeing is does it lack clarity in relation to what specifically it pertains to? Like, does this pertain to the districts and the standards that you'd create, or?
I think it's actually going to potentially include an amendment to the MDP to what we've drafted. It might touch both documents. So you could add in lots transition in East Acreages as presented on March 14th.
Sure.
And then it's very clear that it's about these two documents.
Thank you very much. Councillor, are there any comments in relation to this motion? Councillor Funk?
Would it be better to maybe say optimal lot sizes for higher densification? Because we're specifically, I think, were we trying to address the lot size, or that was what size we wanted to get down to, or what was the transitional lot size? That was
It's in the TRR district, it's the lot size, but it's also the higher density, smaller lot transition of other districts. So I would say to research optimal lot sizes in the proposed TRR district and for higher density, smaller lot transition in other land use bylaw districts.
In the proposed TRR district? That's better.
In the land use bylaw. In other land use bylaw districts. And then I'd remove the comma after sizes in the second line.
And you think that catches the east acreages specifically?
Because because we're talking about the east acreages, to me it,
Just because of the catch-all with the presentation?
yeah. But we can add in, perfect.
Okay, great, thank you. Sure, Councillor Hanley, if you could read that again, please?
A motion that council directs administration to research optimal lot sizes in the proposed TTR district and for higher density / smaller lot transitions in other land use bylaw districts as presented during the East Acreages update presentation on the March 14th, 2023 regular council meeting and report back to council no later than the end of May 2023.
Councillor, are there any comments in relation to the motion? All in favor? Carried? Thank you. Thank you very much, Liz. We also, sorry, we have to accept the other presentation for information. Councillor Hanley, if you could bring forward that motion.
Motion that council accepts the East Acreages update report as information.
All in favor?
Here, okay. Motion that council accepts the East Acreages update staff report presentation as information.
Okay, any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried? Thank you. Callan, did we accept the information on North Acreages presentation?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Liz.
Thank you.
All right, so we're just moving on with our agenda today here. Trying to get in here before lunch. We're going to move to our reports for decision, which is committees, updates, and appointments being presented by Callan Morrison. Callan, does that involve an in-camera session?
It does, and it's legislative services recommendation that we do that after lunch, so we can move.
Yeah, I was going to say, then we should do that after, okay. Travis, if you're available, prepared, we could jump to number 2, the Rainbow Road expansion. Does that work for you? Okay, thank you.
that was exciting, actually.
I do have a bet with Colin and I probably 37 minutes, so we'll see.
Well, you only got 27 minutes till.
That's right, you got 27 minutes.
Not faster.
Yeah. Roundabout round 2. Where's those combative gloves? Where's those boxing gloves? Good morning, council. Callan, you have the latest presentation for me, right? Or what?
Willie, can you put the presentations up? Thank you.
So, Rainbow Road Expansion Project update. As you are aware, I'm back for a second update from our March 7th presentation that we had done on this, mainly around the roundabout. So again, title, we're doing an update. The intent of this presentation is to provide council with more information and to provide obtain direction as to how we move forward. There will be two motions being requested today. One is for information based on the new information I'm providing you, as well as which direction that we plan to move forward, i.e. with or without the roundabouts. Quick little background. On March 7th, as I mentioned, I presented this along with the background, and we had some discussion on the proposed roundabout scope. Quick recap, 3 of the 6 intersections were deemed feasible: Merganser, Rainbow Falls Drive, and Waterford Boulevard. It was suggested that Merganser would be of the most desired based on some of the conversation that we had. It was also suggested that roundabout safety presentations be conducted in the future in relation to Rainbow Falls Drive roundabout being adjacent to a school site, as mentioned by Councillor Dean. And finally, if the roundabouts were to proceed, the construction of Waterford Boulevard, roundabout, could be deferred and paired with other construction within that area in the future. Council requested that administration obtain more information related to the cost, schedule, and safety of the roundabouts before council could make an informed decision of whether roundabouts would go ahead. Again, a quick little recap. Here's the 3 intersections that we determined to be feasible from presentation number 1. Merganser Drive to the right, Rainbow Falls Drive down in the southeast corner of that slide, and then Waterford Boulevard south. So roundabout number 1 being Merganser Drive. Again, as mentioned, the only affected parcel here would be the city's PUL parcel that we currently own on title. Councillor Narayan had asked on some additional fees last time, so I think I ballparked it at 15 to 20 on the design. As you can see, it's a bit over. We're at about 33,000 for this one. And then it was brought to my attention that there would be other additional fees associated with the roundabout. That being, as we get into more of the contract administration stage, having to develop traffic accommodation plans as we go to build the roundabout. There had to be some sort of staging plan there as we keep the intersection open and being able to navigate traffic through there. As well, there's some additional survey that's required, as well as some stormwater modeling that would have to happen and updated street light design based on the new roundabout. So in total, with the additional or with the roundabout scope, we're looking at just under $50,000 to take this from stem to stern. So the rough order of magnitude cost that was presented in presentation number 1 was about 1.2. After further discussions and assessment with our consultant, we are at 990,000. So came down just over 200,000 there. And then, as mentioned in the first one as well, we would look at developer contribution in lieu of the traffic lights that would be required at this intersection. Again, further discussions would have to be had with the developer on this and what that dollar value could look like. The dollar value based on the latest traffic improvement that we have done there on lights at West Lakeview Drive was in the range of about 400,000. Feedback is that the traffic light design has already been completed for this intersection, so that's why the numbers dropped a little bit. But again, that would have to be something that we would have to negotiate with the developer in relation to the offsite levies as well. So, and then so this one we did confirm with our consultant that if it were to go ahead, we could achieve it in 2023. roundabout what was originally number 3, now number 2, I guess, Rainbow Falls Drive. As mentioned, we will require a small land acquisition in the commercial property, about 57 square meters, and some adjustments to the sidewalks through the detailed design. Again, roughly the same fees. You're looking at about $30,000 for design. Contract/construction administration, you're looking at about $18,000. Again, for a total fee of just under $50,000. If we were to move ahead with this roundabout, again, from design through to construction, additional fees. So. And then the rough order of magnitude for this one was at about 943. Again, with further assessment and refinement, we were able to get that estimate down to about 690,000, which is good. And then again, same comment here. We'd have to go back to the developer industry to talk about what that contribution would look like and that value. And then for this one though, there's 2 things here. When we talked about the schedule with our consultant, there was no guarantee that this one would be done in 2023. As a matter of fact, everyone's telling me that it will be a 2024, or at least pushed into 2024, with some uncertainty around what that substantial completion would look like. I know that we would want to push concrete sidewalks and landscaping into 2024, but adding 2 roundabouts at this stage would definitely impact the construction schedule. The last comment there, safety considerations. So as per Councillor Dean's comments on safety adjacent to the school site, our team, administration, as well as our consultants sat in a meeting and discussed this. And listening to council on the concerns and what those presentations could look like, we decided that it would probably be in the best interest if this one was not a part of the pilot process, just because if you have a tool, not to say that a roundabout is not safe, as I mentioned, a roundabout is safe through proper safety orientation and workshops and whatnot. The issue that we have here is that pushing this into 2023, we'll start constructing this and have it fully, if we could, operational this year, with the school opening in your 2023 start of the school year in August/September. If we were to proceed with this one and the residents of Chestermere not fully comfortable with a multi-lane roundabout, yet alone a single lane roundabout in a school zone, there would be some safety concerns there, as this one being a part of that pilot program. So anyways, we sat around the table, as I mentioned. We discussed this, and obviously bringing this forward to council here now as well after further consideration and evaluation. So I'll leave it with council as to how you want to decide on this one, but in conclusion, I would say that with everything else, and I'll share this with you on one of the other slides as well, that we would recommend not proceeding with this roundabout. So I'll touch more on that here in another slide. And then number 6, which was Waterford Boulevard, we will require land acquisition in the southwest quadrant, which could be paired with additional road expansion that we're looking at anyway for the twinning of Rainbow Road. Again, that is future scope because the twinning of Rainbow Road only took us to the Waterford Boulevard intersection anyway. The fees, again, are about the same. The rough order of magnitude was originally at 1.57, and we now have it further refined to about 1.1. And then again, same comment in regards to the traffic lights. This one, as we mentioned in presentation number 1, we would push this one off anyway, like just with the potential for future private development that could happen there, as well as the south feasibility study that's happening in conjunction with bridge upgrades and whatnot. So it only makes sense that we would build that up to the flares on the north of the roundabout, and then we could go from there in 2024 or 2025, depending on what that program looked like in the future for that area. So a summary here now on the roundabout cost and schedule. Additional consultant fees, if we were to do 3 roundabouts, would be about 148. For 2 roundabouts, we're just under 100,000, as I mentioned. Additional construction costs to include 3 of the discussed roundabouts would be approximately 2.78 million. Again, that would be after the refinement. And then 2.09 million roughly for the 2 discussed roundabouts, which is Merganser and Waterford Boulevard. Potential for some of the costs to be offset, again, as I mentioned, in regards to the traffic lights, and then what that number, again, to be determined, but you're looking anywhere between the $300,000 to $400,000 range that could be contributed if agreed upon with the developers. And then with the cost increase, you're looking at about a 3.5% increase in the transportation levy for the offsite levies. Schedule, as I mentioned, construction of 2 or more roundabouts will push construction into 2024 with uncertainty of the second roundabout and what that substantial construction completion could look like, considering the stage where we are right now, middle of March. And then also contingent upon postponing the Waterford Boulevard roundabout to be paired with future work. So summary here, as mentioned, 3 of the intersections were deemed feasible. And this was the slide that I wanted to comment on in regards to the Rainbow Falls Drive roundabout, is that to find balance among keeping the construction costs and transportation levies down, constructing Rainbow Road and the roundabout within the 2023 construction season, providing some consistency among Rainbow Road between Merganser and Waterford Boulevard. I want to elaborate on that one a little bit. Councillor Hanley had a comment on the last presentation of what would that look like if we had a roundabout, lights, roundabout. And so going back to our consultant, they said, yes, that evaluation and assessment could be done, but it costs a lot of money and it takes a lot of time. And right now, we would probably not want to do either. So I think going with the Merganser and the Waterford, if that's what council decides to choose, everything in the middle is consistent. You have lights right down through. So, and then the last 2 comments here, the safety considerations that I mentioned of a new 2-lane roundabout concept next to a school site. You know, if Chestermere had more roundabouts and we had more time, I would feel more comfortable putting this roundabout in at the school site. Again, you know, for the safety of the kids, we know everyone knows how normal conventional set of traffic lights works, and we can make that happen. And then the last comment is the reduced traffic operation due to increased pedestrian activity. So this, as new information with further assessment of the roundabouts, is that there could be concerns with increased pedestrian activity. And so typically in a roundabout scenario, pedestrians always have right of way. So lights, lights give vehicles right of way and or pedestrians right of way. In this case, in roundabouts, pedestrians always have right of way. When they come up to the roundabout, they hit the button, or even if there's no button there, they're crossing, traffic stopping. And in a zone where you could have peak hour volumes, or even mid-afternoon when school is done for the day and you have a lot of parents coming through there, the increased traffic, you have a lot of kids walking through there, it's going to bottleneck that through that period of 3 to 4 o'clock or whatever that looks like. Then you have it compounded with people getting off work. So with that evaluation as well, we kind of thought, in conjunction with everything else I laid out there, it only made sense to just, let's take this one out because we won't be able to build it this year. There's safety concerns, there's traffic operational concerns, and then increase in the cost. So, and then lastly, it is important to note that based on the transportation modeling, the analysis showed a slight increase in the level of service for the benefit of a roundabout over traffic lights. And what I would like to say here is that the roundabouts in our evaluation provided overall better performance, and in general has better safety performance as well. But the Merganser level of service, when we looked at the TIA that Stantec had done, they're at about a level of service of B in the AM and then about a C in the PM peak hour. And when we had done the roundabout level of service, you're at an A. So what does that mean? Well, a B and a C is actually pretty good. A lot of TIAs that you'll see, traffic impact assessments, a level B and a level C is pretty common. Even a level D to some extent still provides satisfactory operation. You just have a bit of a longer queue or longer delay. So where am I going with this? I would say that for increasing the level of service to an A, you're not getting a lot of technical benefit for the cost analysis. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you're spending $1 million on the roundabout, there is operational benefit. Yes, it does increase the traffic operational flow through there, going from a BC to an A. But does both options work? Yes, they both work. And they're both well accepted in the industry, having a B, C versus an A. So anyways, I just wanted to make that clear as well, that the technical component of this is not the absolute driver to this. But of course, yes, it adds operational benefits. So I think and I guess where I'm going with this is mainly in Merganser as well, is that I guess the question could be is, do we want to spend the extra value to bring that operational / community value to that corridor? So, and maybe I'll just pause on the next steps. Maybe I'll just pause there and I'll go to the questions, and if whatever we decide here, then I can go back to the next steps. So I'll just open the floor here.
Thanks, Travis. Councillor, are there any questions for Travis? Councillor Watt?
Through the chair to City Director Travis, I'm just wondering, can you educate me on how long it would take to build a roundabout and how long that intersection would be inaccessible for the public?
So I would say that's hard to define, I would say, from start to finish, because the roundabout itself is going to be completed in conjunction with the rest of the corridor. So you may be coming through with your curb extruder and doing all the curb at one shot, or you may want to hone in on let's just focus on getting the roundabout done, and then we'll pull out from there. I don't know. I think if you were solely on a roundabout of that size, I don't know, you could be a couple months in there, by the time you do your grading, then you got concrete and you got to cure it, and then you got your asphalt that needs to be laid and everything else. So I would say it could be, and depending on the traffic flow as well and how you detour that. So that's how I mentioned in the beginning of the report. Our consultant would have to do a traffic accommodation plan, so a design report on that, on how we're going to manage traffic through construction, because we don't want to shut down Rainbow Road. There may be temporary pauses if you had to block off both sides say if you had equipment in the way that you just couldn't maneuver it. But other roundabouts that I've done in the past, we've got it down to a stop and go, where you have one lane that flows through and then you open it back up through peak hours, so you have 2-lane traffic. And that's part of the program with the contractor as well, is that maybe that's something we put on them, is that between 7 and 9 and 4 and 6 through the peak hours, we maintain 2-way traffic. Everything beyond that, we can bottleneck it down to 1 and then go with a stop and go. So I think we would have to get into a more defined approach, I think, on how we're going to tackle that, Councillor Jahalwat, and what that timing could look like. So that's a long-winded answer. Sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor Narayan?
Thank you. Through the chair to you, Travis. Thanks for the presentation. I actually like your recommendations. So what you were suggesting is 1 in 3 with roundabout, and then 2 being Rainbow Road, keeping it to lights. Now, if we were to go with lights on Rainbow Road, will the construction begin in 2023?
Sorry, say it again. If we were to run with the 3 of them?
No. So for number 2, being Rainbow Road, if we were to put lights on that, will the construction begin in 2023 then?
if we were to do all of them with lights.
No, just so the 2, 1, and 3, as you suggested,
Yep.
roundabouts.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
And then Rainbow Falls Drive.
yeah,
Okay, as lights.
yeah.
Then yes, because Waterford Boulevard would be pushed to 2020.
That's right.
So yeah, we would get it all done this year. Yep.
Okay, and just to follow up, and again, I do like your suggestions. Now, you've mentioned having discussions with the developer. Now, my understanding is that if the off-site levies have already been paid, and I don't know, what's the situation here, can we go back to developers to renegotiate that? How does that work?
Yeah, that's a fair question. I have to talk more to Mark on that and what that would look like, because even right now, generally what it has been is that it will be based with new DAs, but I'm not sure if there's clauses in the older DAs that kind of stipulate whether there would be increases, and I think there is. I have to confirm that with my team. But as offsite levies increase year over year, that's the opportunity for us to bring those new offsite levies into those DAs. But I'll have to confirm that with my team, so and with our consultants.
Okay, that's good work. Thank you, Travis.
Councillor Funk, did you have a question?
When they did the level of services analysis, on the roundabout, is that with the current traffic flows or is that with future?
Good question.
Volumes?
Good question. So what I had spoke to you there about on the level of service, was based on the 2033 horizon. So that's 10 years out on post development. So anticipating that all the development in that area, on Rainbow Road, West Rainbow Road, would be developed. So
I'm just surprised that the light option would have come up that high at that intersection, or at the Merganser Rainbow Road intersection, because currently that backs up from the Chestermere Boulevard. It already backs up into that intersection in the morning. Yeah. So I'm surprised that would, with those volumes, future volumes, that it would work.
do you find that it's, and that section that you're talking about is twin right now, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
At that location, it is currently twinned.
Right. From my understanding is that there is 180 meters of available queue length right now, and with the traffic data that we have, it requires just about 100. So I don't know if you're seeing, is it every morning or is it slight periodic that it could come back into that intersection?
Every morning.
Okay.
It backs right up to the intersection, if not past it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And he's referring to as you're heading north
Yes.
Yeah. And
on
that's,
Rainbow Road. And the only, I think, solution is a dual turning lane. And then obviously with the idea of having twinning Chestermere Boulevard from Rainbow Road forward to 284.
Yeah. No, I thought about that as well. Twinning the dual left on Chestermere, Rainbow Road northbound, or I guess westbound. Because even with the roundabout, that's not going to solve your issue, right? Because now you're telling me I have a queue at Chestermere Boulevard, which we would have to address. So if that's adding an additional bay to turn left, then we would have to look at that. And then it should be noted too that with the lights at Chestermere Boulevard and what could be the lights at Merganser, there is feedback from our consultants that there could be, you could do the coordinated timing between both sets of lights to make it work. So, yeah. I should also share too that, there are concerns from the development industry with the roundabouts being added. Essentially, if you're adding Merganser and Waterford Boulevard, you're adding $2 million to the project. So as I mentioned, that increases the transportation levy to about 3.5%. That includes the design fees as well. And so adding that 3.5% to what I believe is $76,000 per hectare that we charge on our transportation levy, which is due to increase as well. Right now we are in line with other municipalities. For instance, like Okotoks, Airdrie, City of Red Deer, and we're significantly lower than the City of Calgary as well. So we are within reason, I would say, within the industry of where our transportation levy is. I think the bigger concern with that is maybe not so much at 3.5% is how much our offsite levies going to increase this year. And so as the development industry knows, Mark is evaluating that for us right now. And we do expect an offsite levy increase in percentages. And so that's where we're getting concerned from the development industry, is that what does those increases look like? And if we are adding roundabouts here, we're inflating the offsite levies. So I guess what it boils down to is the vision and the community value of having roundabouts on the corridor. So we can prove one way or the other that it works. Is, I guess, do you want a roundabout or do you want lights? So
It sounds like the other one that you mentioned, which was at Lakeview Drive or Rainbow Falls Drive,
Rainbow Falls Drive, yeah.
but where the school is there. It sounds like that one you're suggesting doesn't make sense. And so we're really only talking about Merganser and then in the future possibly one at Waterford.
Correct.
And if we do the one at Merganser, you've indicated that that does not slow down development of Rainbow Road.
We'll get it done in 2023, yeah.
Right. I'm just wondering, there's lots of ideas around how you do traffic flow. But as you know, that old access road that used to go through to Merganser off of Chestermere Boulevard by the gas station? I can see if I can share this. I'll just share the screen. I don't know if you can see this or not. It's coming.
There it is.
So this red line here was the old access to Merganser Drive.
Okay.
And as we were looking at development of this redevelopment of this area, that this could be incorporated. Obviously, this is only a right in, right out off of Chestermere Boulevard,
Right.
but it possibly might make sense to use that to alleviate traffic that's going to be heading east, or possibly if I guess this intersection is shut down, maybe they're used to come back here and then wiggle their way back onto Rainbow Drive.
Gotcha. You're just thinking of a temporary, so that access still exists right now?
The access is partly there, but not onto the highway.
Okay.
The only access portion that's remaining is the part that is connected to the gas station lands. But that's the access that used to be
Right.
years and years ago.
Is that a road right away?
Yes. Yeah, it used to come off directly off of at that time it was Highway 1A, 17. Now it's Chestermere Boulevard.
That was the only access originally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, long time ago though.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely look at that through the construction program, if we want to deter traffic
Yeah.
at periodic times or whatever.
Part of the idea is if we end up developing this area, this would be a way for these patrons to get into these business areas as well. And then right in, right out only though, not crossing traffic.
Okay.
But again, I just wanted to bring that up. It's not a point to focus on today though. So I'll just stop sharing. Unless you had a question on that. Okay, so I guess we're talking about, if we're only talking about Merganser, what are you looking for us today?
Again, so my two motion, I guess, to present all the information to you of us doing our further evaluation with our consultants, as well as initial conversations, I would say, with the development industry, and sharing some of that feedback. So I guess at the end of this is, number one, is we're making a motion to accept this information, and number two, giving us direction as to whether we're proceeding with the roundabouts or without the roundabouts. At the end of the day, whichever direction we want to go is we want to get moving, because it's, like I said, it's middle of March and we want to wrap up the design and get it approved, reviewed and approved and tendered. And even at this point, we're still looking at, like, probably you're going to close the tender right now, probably the middle of May. And, you know, that is already late, and you would probably want to do it a month before that. So that's my comments. So again, leaving it back to council in regards to, I guess what you want, what the vision is, and accepting what I've had to share, I guess, from the consultant industry and the developers. So,
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, after last week's discussion, what I did is I did do a little research on what the traditional with lights intersections cost. And even from your data today, like you're saying, even if we go with the two, it's basically increased $2 million. But then you're saying offset by that, because we're not installing the lights from a capital perspective, there's a 350 each combination. So you reduce that by 0.7, and that might even be even 0.8, which puts you down at 1.4. And then if you take the lifespan, and you're assuming that a traffic circle is going to last you like 35 years, and the operational costs, which is funded by property taxes, right, exceeds the 1.4, which is the incremental costs, right? So what you're doing is you're basically saying the developer, you're putting that money in upfront, right? And then there's no future costs, there's no future burden to the society or the residents of this city, right? So economically, I'm pretty sure that's why a lot of cities are going towards roundabouts, because it makes more economic sense in the long haul, because now you're not being the banker and you're not creating additional burdens.
Yeah, fair point, Councillor Hanley. And that goes back to one of the points I mentioned in presentation number 1 was reduced operation and maintenance costs. That is one of the benefits of a roundabout for sure.
Is there, the apron, does that have to be concrete? Is that where a lot of the costs are coming from?
I wouldn't say it's a lot of the costs. I mean, it does add to the costs for sure. You're getting into a lot more asphalt. You're getting into a lot more concrete just with, if you're going straight through, but now you're wrapping around and you got, more concrete. A lot of times you'll do your double concrete in the center. So you have your rolled concrete to get on top of the truck apron. And then you, a lot of times, have a straight faced concrete curb on the interior where you have your plantings and all that sort of thing, right? That you don't drive over. So yeah, it does add value for that as well. You got additional, like I said, street lights. You may only have had 1 or 2 on the corners, but now you got to light this at pedestrian crossings as well. And there is a different lighting standard for roundabouts, as well as you got additional storm infrastructure now, because I got additional low points throughout, and do I have double catch basins and whatever. So that adds, so there's every component kind of just adds up to it. So.
And is it somewhat more the expense that you're retrofitting as opposed to?
There's a small cost there for retrofit. Yep. Yeah. As you can imagine, it's twinned to that section on the right side right now. And so you'll be removing out some of the median / curb and realigning some of the walk as well. So there is some demolition cost there. Yep.
Do they actually demo the entire intersection, like the asphalt, and then?
We'll mill it. Yeah, it'll be milled.
And then put in a new asphalt again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are sometimes you will get into areas where it's part of the transition from new to old, and you may be able to just mill it enough that all you're doing is just a kind of a thin overlay. There are scenarios where that works as well, but I would say in the middle you're milling everything out. So.
Okay. Councillor, are there any further questions? Councillor Funk?
Is there an opportunity for us to look at funding options to work with the development groups and whatnot to help subsidize or fund portion of this, seeing as how it is a retrofit and a redesign situation?
Great question. I would love to be able to entertain that conversation, and if that's with our finance group and seeing if there's other funding models that we can contribute to that, I'm all for it. Yep.
So I don't know if that's something the rest of council would be interested in looking at.
I think it's more of a question of time. So we'd have to make a decision today, and then are you looking to investigate that after that point?
So my thinking is that Merganser one, we have to make that decision like right away. The Waterford one, we have a little bit of time because that's going to be pushed out to the next construction year.
Yeah, and fair point. The only thing we would have to get done there is the design of that. And then maybe speaking with our I'll have conversation with our consultant, but if we still want to fast track that, maybe we're not fully completing that design of that roundabout. Maybe it's enough to just get the flares on the north end of it to take us to that intersection and what that transition would look like. And then we can put that aside for us to at least tender the project. And then anything south of that will just can be designed later because it won't be part of the construction scope anyway. So
my thinking also is that this is how it's affecting the offsite levy model. And I think we have a little bit of time on that and how that's going to affect it as to whether or not we use funds to subsidize that. So we can approve the go ahead and the costs and stuff for us to move forward on it right away, and then look at the offsite levies cost modeling.
So Councillor Funk, if I may, so I can parallel my comment with that is that what we've approved in the 2023 capital budget, right, was slated as offsite levy, and that was the 4.6 billion, I think it was, for this year. And so we knew that anything above that anyway, that speaking with our finance group, that we've got to find temporary funding anyway. So whether that's reserve or if that's debenture or whatever, like we still have to find those additional funds to pay for the roundabouts. If we are to do that process anyway, then we can still have those conversations behind the scenes with whether it's our finance team on additional funding sources and or with the development industry as well. So I agree.
Councillor Fote?
Are you ready for the motion to accept it?
Are there any further questions in relation to discussion? So again, I think what we've got for our first motion of information is fine. So sure, Malad, would you like to read the first motion?
I make the motion that council accepts the Rainbow Road expansion upgrade presentation as information.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Okay, for the request for decision, so at this time, Travis, when you're looking at, you're finishing obviously the Merganser Drive, the Waterford Boulevard, is that really jumping forward, or is there still general work to focus on there?
Again, design. There'd be you might be able to stage the design a little bit. Like again, if you only take the design to the north part of the roundabout, maybe with those curb returns and everything on the north side, you might be able to design that, knowing that the roundabout will be fully designed later for us to at least get it tendered. So there will be a small portion in there that would be Waterford Boulevard, yeah.
Because we still don't have a solution really to access that road right away.
Correct. And we're still working through that. So the fifth leg initially was a no-go. It's so tight. Even if you were to, on my presentation number 1, you can see that there's no way that you could even get it in there. So not to say that you couldn't have an access there, driveway of some sort coming off of Waterford Boulevard. Do you break the median and have a right or left into that? Like there's still ways that we can kind of massage that a bit, but to have a direct leg into that roundabout. The reason being is because in other 5-leg roundabouts, you have the opportunity to equally space them if it's from a planning to construction stage, whereas now you're retrofitting a Rainbow Road alignment along with a Waterford Boulevard alignment, and now you're trying to fit a 5th leg into a 90-degree quadrant, and which is tough to do. So.
Who says it has to be a circle? Can it be more of a meandering pond? So the because it's if we're going to do that road right away, it's important to have access to get into it. And I think turning the corner and immediate left would be a challenge because it would back up people right away as soon as there's people at that intersection.
I have some other thoughts on that as well that I could look at, but essentially is that there may be other access to that right of way and or to the property south for. I think Alberta Environment owns that right now. They have an piece of infrastructure there. I think WID owns it maybe. And so if they still need access to that, there's still opportunity to get through that through Waterford Boulevard. So
yeah, it changes the dynamic.
It does.
Of it though.
It does.
That's kind of the point of upgrading that intersection. So I don't know how far we should go on that intersection until we really have this identified as to, if we're gonna have this as a major focus, getting into that area, we need a very important access, and if we can't get the access, then maybe it makes sense that it doesn't move forward in that capacity. May move forward in other capacities, but just not that capacity.
Fair point. So what I would say there then is that if we were not to go down the road or the path of doing Waterford Boulevard roundabout design right now, you just may have some minor demolition cost of pulling back the concrete to be able to do your flares or your curb returns, right?
Yeah.
So we could, and maybe that's the way it goes anyway. Like when we look at what that program looks like in constructing it and getting that transition from the twin lanes down to the single lanes crossing the bridge, you may have to do that anyway. And I don't think we're right there yet because we haven't done the design, right? But
yeah, I think that's got to be further looked into. And the motion that we could consider is Merganser. Councillor Funk?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We could at this time, if you wanted, split those two roundabouts into two separate motions. So we can move ahead with the Merganser one, the Merganser one. No?
my only comment there is that, okay, so are we splitting it just because of timing? Is that what we're trying to do? Is just park Waterford Boulevard to be able to just, let's focus on design of Merganser, get it tendered, get it out, and then we'll come back to that? My question there is whether you want me, if we do decide to go ahead with the roundabouts, do you want me to approve the change order for SEMA? So at least they have it approved and it's sitting on the shelf for whenever we're ready to pull the trigger for it and go about down that road. And then
Waterford.
For Waterford Boulevard, yeah. So is that the reason we're trying to split it out, just timing?
I don't think it's just timing, because access to that area is important. Until we figure out a solution for it, I don't know how we can pick one versus another.
Right. So giving us more time to assess that intersection as well. Yeah.
That was my thought, is that it allows us time to, by pulling that one out of this motion, and it gives us time to determine if there's another feasible way to design. Because we also have a lot of other things happening down that end as far as bridge design and whatnot, so.
Gotcha.
Which could all be tied in together with that.
I agree. Are there any more comments in relation to the, if we do have a conversation about just Merganser right now? So if we're looking at Merganser being a traffic circle, or looking at Merganser being a standard streetlight intersection, if I can get your comments in relation to that particular issue or question? One side or the other, or anyone? Councilor Ryan?
Yes, thank you through the chair. I'm good with the recommendations. So for Merganser, I'd say roundabout.
Okay. Councillors, are there any other comments in relation to only Merganser? We're all reasonably comfortable with what's being discussed right now? Yeah. Okay, so let's move forward with Merganser motion. Do we have that on the screen here? If you could take off Waterford and Rainbow Road and just have that, Councillor Dean?
Sorry, now it's gone. Is there any cost benefit with leaving them together in one motion, or no?
Not really.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. It's a pretty siloed area. Like you can just pick it up from anywhere. So yeah. The only thing would be timing. So again, approving a change order so they can go and get survey, because we need additional survey done. So if we want to park all that to just focus on what we're going to do in 2023, we can do it later. Yep.
Okay, Callan, Merganser Drive and Rainbow Road. Okay, so is there any other question in relation to this motion, or if I can get someone to proceed with the motion? Councillor Watt?
Motion that council directs city administration to approve the scope change to proceed with the roundabout scope at the intersections of Merganser Drive and Rainbow Road.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. So you're just going to continue to investigate Waterford, and as you're doing already, anyways, or do you want a motion from council?
I don't think I need, well, I think if council wants to move in the roundabout direction, then I would need a motion for you to do that. But for me to, like, the change order I can do,
Yeah, it's not so much
Later, yeah.
it's that, just to investigate how we would tie all those areas together, including the road right away.
I would think that I would need to approve additional fees for them per the comments that are up there. Because if they're gonna do it, then they're gonna assess it. And they've done some preliminary work on
Figure
it
out a way
already.
to access.
Right. So, but again, it comes down to the timing issue. And so we could always come back. I can have conversations with our consultant.
Totally still can come back. We're not, I think we're past that point about Waterford, affecting the design
Right, yeah.
this year. It's more along the lines of working towards a solution on Waterford's intersection.
Right.
And whenever it comes up, then it fits in with the schedule as it can,
Right.
whenever that may be.
Yep. And I would say once Merganser, the Rainbow Road corridor gets awarded,
Yep.
then I would flip back to that one to get a design team on it. So
Okay, so you bring that back to council?
I can bring that back to council
Okay.
if you want.
Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Would the motion then be to make a motion to direct City Director Travis to continue to explore road right-of-way options for the Waterford Rainbow Road intersections?
Yeah, I mean, intersection options for all roads, but yeah, that's fine, either way.
Would that
Yep.
would that work for what you're looking for?
That's fine. Yep.
Should it say with appropriate consultant?
No, that's okay.
We're good. Okay.
Can you repeat that for Callan's?
Yeah. A motion to direct City Director Travis to continue to explore road right-of-way options for the intersection of Waterford and Rainbow Road. Waterford Boulevard? Is that right?
That's a good question.
Is it Waterford Boulevard?
It's Waterford Boulevard.
Yeah.
I think it's Waterford Boulevard. Yes.
Callan, it'll be right of way.
Oh, right.
Yeah. And you need an I after my L in my last name. Thank you.
Usually we don't put your name right in the motion. City Director, Community Growth.
Sure.
There you go.
And Rainbow Road. Waterford Boulevard and Rainbow Road. Does that work?
Are we looking road right away, or are we looking road alignment, or road design?
We just don't have a name for this darn right of way. There's 5 roads.
So, is it the actual right of way that we're looking at though?
Yeah.
At changing?
Well, accessing.
Right.
So it's trying to factor in the right of way road.
I would say, if I may, is that I motion that council directs City Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure to continue to explore intersection treatment options for Waterford Boulevard and Rainbow Road.
Okay.
Hold on.
So explore intersection treatment options. For Waterford Boulevard and Rainbow Road. Okay. Sure. If I can get one of the councillors to read that motion. Councillor Funk?
Motion that council direct City Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure to continue to explore intersection treatment options for Waterford Boulevard and Rainbow Road.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I think that completes your presentation. Thank you, Travis.
Nicely done.
do you 37 minutes?
That's right, it did extend a little bit. Okay, so what we can do now is, Callan, you're recommending that the committees update, the first portion of that will be in camera,
Correct, as it will go over some information that it's not.
and then we would come out of in camera after that? And have the motion forward?
There are two, there are two items in camera on the council meeting, so it's up to council. We can let people know who's on the committees, or we can just do all the motions at once.
Okay, okay, so what we can do now is break for lunch, and then we'll come back and then come in camera. So if we can break for lunch at 12:23, and then we'll come back for, unfortunately, we need to try and come back for 1:30. If that's possible for everybody.
So we're gonna motion to go on camera now, or?
No, I think we can wait till we come back, yeah. We can go on motion right when we get back, but, or would you, Callan, would you prefer us to go on camera right now?
It's up to council's decision. We can come back. Legislative Services maybe recommends going into camera now, so people don't come back after lunch, and then we immediately go into camera.
That's fine, okay. If I can get a motion to go on camera, Councillor Fote?
I make the motion that we go in camera at this time.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Hi there, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're just coming out of in camera. We have a couple orders of business that we're just going to be focusing on. If I can get a motion to come out of in camera. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we come out of camera at this time.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, we have motion coming out in regards to our committees. If I can get, who's going to read the motion? Councillor Hanley.
Motion that council appoints these individuals to the following committees for a term effective until December 31st, 2024. Aging in place, Suzanne, I guess I can only do the first name for now, Rupinder Karmaran. The Audit Committee, Joanne, Jill. The Chestermere Accessibility and Streetscape Advisory Board, Mohammed and Dennis. Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Board, Rupinder and Tony. The Social Master Plan, Tony, Rupinder, Haley, and Kathy. Chestermere and Area Welcoming and Inclusion Committee, Tony and Rupinder. And Lake Recreation Committee, Tony, Lee, Riley. Just do scroll up. And we're missing some.
The Audit Committee.
The Audit Committee is it's in order. So no,
Okay.
it's complete.
All right. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. All right, that concludes our agenda for today. If I can get a motion to adjourn the meeting, Councillor Fote.
Make the motion that we adjourn this meeting at this time.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone.